or during pandemic? You sort of peaked 2020, 21, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was quite popular though. It was.
You were aware of his content.
Yeah. Undertaken by then.
What did you think of the content?
Some things that it says make sense. Some that it says doesn't make sense.
Nerd Squad, it appears we don't have a bounce back on the time, but it did get paused on the 8-second marker. And a couple of times now it's bounced back in under 40 seconds. So I'm waiting. The timer is at 30 seconds. Okay, it is 11:19 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Oh, and it just bounced back. Now we're at 5 seconds, Nerd Squad. So it is 11:19 p.m. PST, February 3rd, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June.
Was Tristan his brother? They always roll together. Any others?
2024. There is about an hour and 15 minutes worth of information that we need to go over. But due to the fact that it is late this evening, and also due to the fact that I personally prefer only having to listen to about an hour and 15 minutes worth of recent developments from the precinct of stalkers to the dwindling department of stalkers, i.e. Unit 207, to their co-conspirators, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and the extortionist Owens, and all of their other co-conspirators just do the same things over and over and over again every day. Ergo, 250 plus separate crimes have been perpetrated against me from the very precinct that is actively stalking me right now from upstairs. The very child abusers and stalkers who have abused both of my disabled teens, who I am the sole legal and custodial parent of, as I have been for their entire lives, which is part of the reason they've been illegally detaining me since August 6th. Months after I started reporting their threats to kidnap my sons using some of their co-conspirators, both of which they made actionable. Months before their repeated attempts at breaking and entering, which they just pulled off on the 29th of January by using those two disabled teens they've been abusing for a year, who are currently legally kidnapped. Anyway, the live stream that precedes this, that's also dated for today, February 3rd, that was running for the last 12 hours, that initiated at 11 something a.m. You're going to want to click on that live stream and listen to an hour and 15 minutes in the very beginning of that live stream. And if you're brand new here and not one of the people going to prison who have had no immunity this entire time, in some instances being paid for 2 years to perpetrate felonies, ADA, and civil rights violations without immunity, paid to stalk me, abuse disabled teens, kidnap those teens, break and enter into my house, and all of you imbeciles, females included, in Unit 207 right now. The live stream before this, that hour and 15 minutes in the intro, is incorporated here too. So is the invoice that you are contractually obligated to pay, which is why your whole group owes me over $16 million, plus an additional $10 million for your breaking and entering on the 29th, and your ongoing threats to break and enter once again using some of your co-conspirators for next week or the week after that or this week. Remember, that's going to cost you $10 million if you do it while I'm awake, $25 million if you do it while I'm asleep, and those penalties will double if you do it while holding one of your many fraudulent court orders that carry minimum mandatory prison time for each of you involved in the acquisition of, each of you in possession of, each of you asking others to enforce, and for any fools stupid enough to enforce it on your behalf. It's incorporated here too as well. Again, it's now 11:23 p.m.
you think there's anything in that? I mean, there's about what?
February
900
3rd,
finders.
2025. This will roll for roughly 12 hours into tomorrow, February 4th. In the event that it ends before then, and I don't orally tell you the end time and that the commencement of a new live stream is going to be occurring in 90 seconds or less, be advised that I didn't end it. And Unit 207 added additional counts of obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, and potentially some more counts to the Class A felony of witness tampering that each and every one of them is facing serious time for. All of that is incorporated here too. Beyond that, if you're wondering about any other updates, the updates are the same as they always are. The plan is to continue perpetrating crimes, to continue acquiring fraudulent orders, to continue rejecting legitimate police reports, and to continue to accrue millions more in debt to me. And then there's the FBI plan, which involves a blitz sweep that I will be YouTube live streaming from my basement when it occurs. Verified, baby. Now, I have started a new thing just in the last 2 days because of Unit 207's escalation in every sort of criminality and criminal conduct that they will all be convicted for. That for like the last 24-ish hours, maybe it's 36, I'd have to look at the YouTube channel. I'm no longer adding a selfie of myself from last month until I personally am choosing to end the live stream. So when you look at my channel right now, you'll see multiple videos in the first couple of rows where you're looking at an image of my living room. That's because those are live streams that I didn't end, that the federal felons upstairs ended for this last remaining month to month and a half they have before their long, lengthy prison sentences, arraignments, and the procurement of their soon-to-be unsealed indictments have been given to them. Have a great night. Nerd Squad, the title of this is As You Instructed. The descriptions are the same as the preceding live stream. And I do have orders to make sure there's audio for this. So those of you watching it, you're going to hear the same thing you already have heard.
Okay. I think we should talk about
Nerd
I mean,
Squad
we touched on
Unit
this,
207 still fucking
kind of
with
coming
the
up,
YouTube
and,
interface,
you've
so
got
it
this
currently
extraordinary
only
origin
reflects
story
as
to do with
184
being
videos
born
set
in
for
Jamaica,
public consumption.
and then, well, better that it should come from you, really. Like, basically,
And let's make sure
what
there's
was your
audio
situation?
here.
Basically,
And let's make sure
what
there's
was your
audio
situation?
here.
By then,
What did you think of the content?
16 years old.
And also due to the fact
My
that
dad at the time
I
was involved in
personally
gangs, and he was like came on the
prefer only having to listen
we
to
call it lanes.
about an
He
hour
was
and
like
15 minutes worth of recent developments
general,
from the precinct of stalkers to the dwindling department of stalkers, i.e. Unit 207, to their co-conspirators, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and the extortionist Owens. Also, Anne-Marie Bauer, federal felons Kelly and Andy,
at the time,
one who's employed by DCYF, the other whose brother is an officer of the North Everett Precinct.
You kind of like walk with that.
All who threatened to stalk me and harass me with the police from the North Everett Precinct.
The first thing that happens is he moves to the UK.
And the child abusing kidnappers. In September of 2023, which coincidentally is when some of these fools began perpetrating crimes 5 days a week against me until they began illegally detaining me on August 6th. And then it became every day. And then they kidnapped my sons they abused for 6 months prior. Just like I reported for months, including naming their co-conspirators. Remember, there is no immunity for anyone, past, present, or future. Intentionally and deliberately not providing the 11 months of cease and desist letters you all received prior to your kidnappings is a big reason so many of you are going to
Still
prison.
making visits? Was he
That and following unlawful directives.
Like, it wasn't like she was one of his significant others.
That was probably his first love, and he came to the UK for better opportunity. and he thought, I can't leave my family. Most men would.
Also, be advised, my front door has been closed since January 2nd per the FBI's instructions. The one and only exception was when these child abusing stalkers and disgraces to humanity and every municipal government employees.
Which means what? Like, was it? I mean, forgive me if this is intrusive.
Had those disabled teens break and enter.
I respect that. Like, he was dealing
on
drugs.
January 29th. Then they went and got another fraudulent court order that they were real excited about. And today they're still real excited. Today they and all of their co-conspirators are happy little bees. They're happy little bees for this whole week and for their plans for next week.
Coming over to the UK.
I'm hoping that the FBI will be doing the blitz sweep relatively soon.
Yeah. The shock is,
but I'm not expecting it until around the 14th or 15th of this month.
Yeah. Well, that's mad. You know, I was at 9 years old. I was in like a different language. He spoke Patra.
Yeah.
So he had like broken English, and we went to school. He just like
Nerd Squad at 9:58 a.m. The North Everett Precinct of Stalkers had one of their officers add additional obstruction of justice and evidence tampering and a litany of other crimes to their indictments. That's when the latest police report was rejected, Nerd Squad. I just looked at my email for the first time all day.
I would love to throw some work.
And we're 30 minutes shy of tomorrow.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of reggae, so I'm on the verge, but I don't think I'm going to do it. I don't think I'm going to do it, guys. It'd be too cringe. You said your dad got killed, right?
Yeah.
Can you remember where you were when you heard the news?
So at the time we were living in Aston in Birmingham, in like a 2-bedroom house. It was like 2-3 in the morning. My mom got a phone call. I was in my room, my brother. I was through the walls, hear her crying. I thought, there's never good news at like 2 in the morning. Then she came and told us, yeah.
I've read that you said that at the time it was oddly unemotional. That you feel it was maybe not as shocking as you might think it would be. Is that right?
Yeah, that was shocking because the other thing, I grew up around this like every day. I've seen when I was young, I've seen a lot of people die. You know what I mean, from gang violence and from being on the street stuff. You know, like, I've seen a lot
in front of you.
Not in front of me, but I've known a lot of people have been killed by the gun or by stabbing or something.
In Jamaica.
In Jamaica. So when I was young in Jamaica, the beef was basically garrisons versus garrisons, basically. So this gang versus that gang, and they literally like rose apart from each other. So that's where I seen a lot, you know. Not just me, the whole community. This is normal.
It wasn't because your dad was doing what he was doing.
Nah, because even he's doing what he's doing, but so is the other gang as well. They're trying to kill them. So it's just like, this is what it is.
It's an accepted part of life.
Yeah, for life, and that was the norm. You know, when it's time for, but it goes for like seasons. You got that parts where like there's like wars going on. Then there's seasons where there's nothing going on. You just chill, you can enjoy your life, and then there's seasons where there's like active war going on, and that environment breeds that kind of thing. You know, there's not many poverty-ridden area where there's no crime. You know, because if you can't feed your family and your kids, and you see your kids starving, and you have to do something. You know, and there's no opportunities. There's no signing on to get money. There's no government help. There's nothing. You go get it, or that's it. You know. So growing up like this, you kind of like, it's weird because I got a little boy now that's like 11 years old. I couldn't imagine him even like knowing that, you know. But I was around it all, you know. And so when they did get murdered, I was upset, obviously, because he died. But I don't know, it's hard to explain it. It's one of them things that you kind of just like, you normalize stuff like that, you know, and it's mad. It's crazy, you know. Yeah.
Then, so when you come to Birmingham, it's pretty different, but nevertheless, there's obviously still issues. There's things going on. You've spoken a little bit about getting slightly involved? Like, I don't know how you would put it, but that there was a time when you might have been at risk of following the path
Yeah,
that your dad had been on.
yeah, definitely. I think once my dad died when I was 13 years old, I kind of went down that similar path, you know, with getting involved in gangs and drugs and stuff like that, you know.
With friends in the area.
Friends in the area where I grew up, friends in school. At the time in Birmingham as well, there's like two massive gangs, like Johnny's and Burger Bars. There's like these two big gangs.
Burger Boys, did you
Yeah,
say? And
Burger
the
and
Johnsons.
Johnson crew. At the time, back in the day,
Those are two gangs. Are they black gangs, white
Black.
gangs? Really?
Yeah, all black.
And what were you affiliated with the Johnsons or the Burger Boys?
I wasn't affiliated as much with them. Johnson's, because my school where I went to in Aston was where it started. So obviously he was around it when he was leaving school. They'd all be outside school, hanging out and like robbing kids and stuff like that. Yeah, taking
They were
phones.
teenagers or older men?
You got like
Or everything.
Yeah, everything.
Right. So you were saying how you kind of got slightly beguiled into it.
Yeah, going down the wrong path.
Your dad had died, is that
Yeah,
what you said?
yeah.
And then what happened?
I think I was kind of like blaming the world for what happened to my dad, and I was going on a similar path for getting involved in stuff like that, similar stuff that you was getting involved
Age
in.
13, 14, 15,
15, 16.
16.
Yeah. I got involved in mixed martial arts 17, so yeah. So I feel about from 13 to about 18, I would say. Yeah, I went on one path. Yeah.
Did you get arrested?
Been arrested, not been to jail. Been arrested like carrying knives and stuff like that, but I've never been to like prison.
Right? I mean, because actually, like, fighting's fighting, but a knife is obviously next level.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like not like carrying knives is out insecurity, right? It's like you don't know how to protect yourself with just your hands, you know. So I feel like most kids that do it to do it out of fear. Like someone else is carrying a knife, I need to carry one, or if a fight breaks out and he's got a knife, I haven't, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? So it also depends on the individual who want to do it. But I think most of it is
shows that most
security.
people don't even know how to do that.
You were you known at leaving the knife
UK
to one
is weird.
side?
They're not
Were you
allowed to have
known as a
guns,
good
so they
fighter?
all get busted
Yeah,
with
yeah.
knives, and they have knife fights.
At what point did you
Babies.
realize actually maybe I've got something?
From school, you know, I've always, I'm the one that always, I'm the friend that like, if you're next to me, you're in a fight because you know I won't leave, you know, and so I had the name Rocky from school, and then
Right.
it
Your
translated
fight name was Rocky.
from school,
Mhm.
yeah, and then it translated into MMA, you know. Crazy, yeah.
Would you ever go looking for a fight? Like a recreational fight, you know, like a
Yeah.
fight for fun?
A good straightener, not for fun.
A straightener?
We call it straightener. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
on, that's interesting.
yeah. That's just what it
Good
is.
straightener.
A good old straightener. Sometimes.
Like meet you after school for a straightener?
Yeah.
Am I the only one who doesn't know about this?
Like
Why was it called a
upbringings.
straightener?
Just straightener is one-on-one. You versus me.
One-on-one.
No weapons, just hands, and just in the field in the park and go, hey, yeah.
I've never had a straightener. Never too old to start. I'm ready for a straightener for the over 50s.
Yeah.
And then you would have rounds or you just go at it?
No, it'd be something that sets it off.
Can you remember any reasons why you would have had a straightener?
I don't know. Could be anything. Or postcode over.
Could be over a
Yeah, or postcode.
The whole thing about postcodes
Yeah, it's stupid.
is so weird.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's weird because
It's literally just a way for people to deliver post. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then it's become like something that
It
you would
actually
kill
is.
and die for.
which is fucking.
That is so messed up.
And it's weird because.
And it's just not even like it's like NW6 till I die.
Yeah.
Dude, that is just you know what I mean?
Yeah, like growing up now, like with a wider view in the world, it is weird. By the time I truly believed it, like you truly.
What was your postcode?
I was group at Edison, so it's like B23.
Did that mean something? B23?
Yeah, because it's like your area, right? Which is weird because my mom.
Have you got a tattoo of B23?
No. I was not committed to it. Not tattoo it on my skin. But, but at the time, though, when you're living in it, like you actually believe what you're saying to yourself.
What happens if you move? Then do you switch allegiances to the new postcode?
Nah. Your friends are your friends. Then
Your friends are until you die. So it's just you happen to be residing in the wrong postcode, undercover, doing deep cover.
Like looking back now is fucking crazy. But when you're younger, with a young mentality, and your friends are doing the same thing, and that's the environment. I think you're more likely to be a product of your environment. It's like same in Jamaica, you know, like this. The people have died over. They probably don't know the reason why it started, and they've died over it, you know. And so yeah.
So when you, in terms of getting out of the lifestyle, insofar as you were in it, right? How did you kind of? Was there a moment? Was it going to the gym, or what was the sequence of events that led you to sort of straighten up and fly right?
The gym. I've been going to the gym, you know. One day I got arrested one day, and then there was a gym getting built in the area. When he got arrested, mum was like crying. Is like, why you like
Was that for the knife? That arrest?
Yeah, one of them, yeah. And so
how many times were you arrested?
A few times.
Always for a knife?
Knife or fighting.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer.
No, I didn't. No.
What?
You said just have somebody.
How did you know I was going to ask that?
Because that's all the questions leading after that. No.
What would you say if you did?
Yeah.
That must be a load off your mind in a way. Like you have to carry that.
Yeah, 100%, definitely.
Have you ever badly hurt someone?
I've been in situations, you know. Yeah.
Been in situations. Sure, that's
I mean, you've been in situations, like I said, just the environment you grew up in, and your limited mentality in life.
I don't mean to sound, it sounds all weighted and
Yeah,
loaded. I don't mean to sound like you.
I've been in situations, you know,
where you've had to hurt someone quite badly.
protect myself. Yeah. I got free mind and
Good, you got a clear conscience.
clear conscience.
So you would say you got arrested. Then you said we were going to get to the gym. Your mum was crying.
So yeah, there was a gym getting built in my area. Yeah, it's called UTC, Ultimate Training Center. She was like, "Oh, you should try this out. Like, try out. You want to do kickboxing? Let's go try this gym out." Went up there to inquire about membership. It was £60 a month. At the time, I knew she couldn't afford £60 a month, and also pay for the house and for the kids. And yeah, so somehow she did it.
She paid because she felt
to save her son's life, right? It's like
to save her son's life.
Just the way the path you're going down.
She could see it happening.
Yeah. I don't. You can like now if my son getting involved in something, I'm able to see it because I've got years of experience.
You didn't have any conventions though, right? You'd only been arrested.
Yeah, never.
Nothing went to trial or
no. With the court and stuff, I never always
beat the charge.
Beat the case. Yeah. So I feel like for her, she's just figuring out like what more can I do, you know, like to get my son to fix up. Because at the time when I was getting in trouble, so was my brother, you know, he was also following down the same path as me. You know, he was like copying his big brother to be involved. And you got to think when as an immigrant. When you got a single parent household, your mom has to work. When she works, there's a lot of time for you to go out. Cause you're home by yourself, you know.
You weren't at that time. It wasn't to do with dealing. Like you weren't like on the career part. It wasn't like at the start of like, oh well, maybe we can sell a bit of product. Yeah, in the local area.
No.
Not at that stage.
No. We got to that stage, but no. At the time, like I said, young, 14, 13, right. 14, 15.
But then later on, it became more like...
Because they didn't want, you want money, you
need a bit of money, so you get a hookup.
You want clothes, you want tracksuits, you want trainers, you want, you know what I mean? And then you do what you can do to provide, you know, to help him on that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then your own record is described. You said I can't get the quote exactly right, but it's along the lines of that UFC became your dad, or MMA became your dad.
Not my dad.
It became like a father figure in a way.
It became like positive reinforcements in my life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like when I got into mixed martial arts, the voice that dad would probably give to a son, that I give to my son, I was getting that from mixed martial arts.
Was there a specific trainer?
I think there's one guy that stands out the more than others, which is his name was Mark. He was the owner of the gym. At the time, he was the one that like saying to me like you're good, like you can do it, you know. And at one point, he's played to like take me around the world. I took to Vegas to watch like UFC and and other places that when I was young, I was that's
Out of his own money, he
out of his own
took
money.
you to Vegas
Out of his own money, yeah.
because of the promise that he saw in you.
Yeah.
Had you started fighting at that point?
I was, but I was like an amateur, you know. But you could tell from how good I was doing in amateurs, how good I am. You know?
Was that your first time in the US?
First ever time in the US. You know?
That must have been quite an eye opener.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was mad.
I mean, Vegas is weird enough, even if you've lived in America, let alone coming from Birmingham.
Yeah, I know. Come from Jamaica and going to Birmingham, to Vegas.
Everybody
just like
Vegas down except for gamblers.
It's like Oz.
Yeah.
It's like
Cooler than people say.
It blows my mind.
It's like
wow.
it's like the capital of the American subconscious. I sometimes think all of those appetites, money, sex, whatever that fighting, entertainment impulse is.
All in Vegas.
It's all there. With those extraordinary buildings, pyramids, and skyscrapers.
Yeah.
Was it a UFC fight that you saw? Did you see?
So one of my teammates is Vaughn Lee. He was fighting in San Jose. So we flew to Vegas to train or something, and then from Vegas we drove to San Jose.
It's quite a long drive.
A long drive.
So that was your first exposure to American culture and to a live UFC event, and then did you get this? You got the taste for it, or you already had the taste?
No, my first ever UFC event was in Birmingham. So the UFC came to Birmingham back in the day. I was like 18, probably 19. I remember just going there and
I know you don't like that. You don't do it, but you have to eat it.
I remember going there thinking, I love to like to do it. I love to like achieve it, and
I know you don't like it.
Yeah,
You
I
want
can
arena complete.
So that was the big life changing thing. How's your energy, by the way? Are we all right? You doing okay, Leon?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'll have a sip of water.
Do you?
Or Meow Mix Select Tenders.
Oh god. Yeah, like very like dry humor. Well, I don't think it being funny.
Yeah,
but that makes it funny.
Yeah, I tried to. I do my best. Donald Trump. We've done Trump. Who's the greatest? Present company excluded. Who's the best UFC fighter of all time?
For me, I'll say John Jones.
John Jones.
He's fighting this weekend. My second best is Anderson Silva.
Who's the worst of all time?
Bilal.
Bilal. Wow, trash talking. It was weird how he said, I'm not. He wasn't. He said of you like he wasn't champion very long, so I don't need to fight him again. Did you see him say that?
No. But,
yeah, Bilal said that.
Yeah.
He disrespected you.
He did.
I'm stoking the beef.
Oh, I'm gonna set you on him.
Yeah, let me get a go. Like
this.
Yeah, he's not all that. You want another piece of him or not really?
Yeah, 100%. I'd love to run it back.
Why wouldn't they just let you fight him again?
No more time.
Do you think if it's not like boxing where they give you a rematch clause?
No. But I'd love to run it back again. Like next year.
Where are you in the rankings?
Number 1.
Do you think if I worked as hard as you, I'd be as good as you?
You? Probably not.
This guy. No, I was kind of joking because I'm a 54-year-old man with a big nose. They say a big nose is a liability in combat sports.
Get broken quite easily.
Chris Eubank told me that.
Yeah. It'd be easier to break. Like the straight nose is like snap straight away. Man.
Steady on. You sound like a threat. Did you just threaten me?
Steady on.
Yeah, you just threatened me. You'd snap my nose like a twig.
Not me. I'm saying it's easier.
Someone would.
Yeah.
What you work hard. I think there's more to it than that, though. There's some physical endowments, though, aren't there? That you like speed, agility, strength. I don't know. Like,
I think
you're conscious of having a physical skill.
Yeah,
set?
I think naturally I'm like a great athlete anyway. Like in schools to play football, basketball.
Yeah,
athletics, traveling,
to quite
running,
a high standard.
Yeah, running,
Football?
sprinting, football, all in school.
Yeah. But you were basically pretty good in all the
Yeah, in all sports. I wasn't athletic.
Do you train when you're not building up to a fight?
Yeah.
Just like, did
Every
you
day.
train today?
I'm gonna try when I get back tonight. Yeah.
What will you do?
Tonight I'm just gonna do running like just lift. Then tomorrow.
Lift some weights.
Yeah.
What can you bench?
I don't really bench as much. It's more just like
I can bench.
What can you bench?
Wait, steady. What did you?
What can you bench?
You said no, you can't. I heard you. I said I can bench.
You never had a fight before.
I've been like,
I've never had a fight.
Never.
No.
how can you not give props to women?
No, I don't.
How can you not?
What is benching? Is benching? What is it?
I know women be doing whack shit, but people be doing whack shit. Men and women. We be doing whack shit.
I
It's
realize
some raggedy women out here.
Nah, it's fine.
It's some raggedy ass women out here in the world. Yes.
Nah. Everyone should.
But I guarantee you, if you really assess the percentage of raggedy to quality, the women that you know, the women in your life,
I don't know.
Well, you've never got that far.
I guarantee you,
1,000?
Nah, 1,000.
the percentage will be more quality than raggedy.
I don't know. 100.
Unless you're in the penitentiary. Unless you're in the street.
I can do 30.
So if you're in them streets like that, you're in the grimy, you either in prison or you're in that grimy life, I would imagine the majority of the people you know, men and women, gonna be on the raggedy side. Because you're in a raggedy environment. But to the people in a normal environment, a normal existence,
Yeah, cycle. That's his legacy.
I want you to sit there and list the women that you know.
3, 4,
And put them in categories. Raggedy, quality.
7,
I bet you
9,
there's gonna be more quality women in your life than raggedy.
30, 40.
So with that being said, like,
17,
don't get mad at me because
20, 10 more.
my experiences with women
3, 4,
are good
5, 6, 7,
for the most part.
8, 9.
I'll be having a good time. I'll be enjoying their company, man. You know what I'm saying? They supporters. They be lifting me up. They get the compliments. They warm. You know what I'm saying? They giving me pleasures that a man ain't gonna give me. I'm not gonna be curled up butt naked with a dude. Only a woman can provide that for me. I'm not gonna be curled up with no dude like, yeah, man, thank you for the sexual pleasures, Charles. That's not gonna happen for me. That's something I can only share with women. That part.
Okay,
you know
so here I am, back in my normal home.
I'm just appreciative. You know what I mean? Let me appreciate women in us, man.
Impressed. What was striking listening to it was how.
What y'all think of these cameras?
What did he say?
The extra wide bottom joints. What y'all think of these?
That's a PB. I think
I'm gonna pair these with some Jordan ones, but
I've got some kind of super strength in it. It powered me into an extra 5. So if you said 35 push-ups, then mark your card correct. For those keeping LTP bingo cards, mark Andrew Tate and Trump. I don't know if Trump's actually one of the entries on the card, is it? And Woody Allen. I did mention Woody Allen, even though it went nowhere. There's me being glib about serious things, which is kind of my brand. A quick clarification, I mentioned that some ex-UFC fighters are suing the UFC for having a monopoly over the MMA market. At the time of recording, a settlement of $375 million is subject to court approval. We'll include a link in the show notes for more information about that. MMA deaths were mentioned. There have been at least 7 fighters killed in the ring or cage during MMA events since 2019. And another 9 more reportedly died at unsanctioned cage fighting cards at the same time. I think that's it. Credits. The producer was Millie Chu. The assistant producer was Amelia Gill. The production manager was Francesca Bassett. And the executive producer was Aaron Fellows. The music in this series was by Miguel de Oliveira. This is a Mindhouse production for Spotify.
Today's guest is the co-founder and CEO of the Justice Defense Fund. She also founded the Trafficking Hub movement. She's been fighting.
and an idea just flashed into mind, said, I'm going to test the uploads against trafficking at that point. And I had been paying attention to the headlines, obviously, when sexual abuse stories, trafficking stories came up. I was paying attention. And one of the stories that came up at late 2019 that really arrested my attention, it was a story of a 15-year-old girl, and she was from Broward County, Florida. And she was missing for an entire year, and she was finally found when her distraught mother was tipped off by a Pornhub user that he recognized her daughter on the site.
Wow.
And she was found in 58 videos being abused for profit. These were monetized videos. Police, were dispatched, and they actually rescued her out of his apartment. She had been impregnated. They got her out of that situation. But that was a story that had made some headlines, and it was a horrifying story. At the same time, there was an investigation that was released by the Sunday Times, the London Sunday Times, and they had found dozens of illegal videos on Pornhub within minutes, even children as young as 3. So these two particular stories were standing out. There was one other that was really horrifying at the time. It was about an adult, a woman named Nicole Adamando, and she was from New York. And she was being abused by her partner. She was being raped and tortured. He was filming it, and he was uploading it to Pornhub, and then she ended up killing him in self-defense, but she was sentenced to life in prison. Separated from her 2
Well, that's sad. How come that one chick got
thankfully, she had an amazing legal team, and they fought that, and they got it reduced to 7
got it
years.
reattached.
Finally
She became a
out
porn
today.
star, but that woman
But it was just
who killed some guy
heartbreaking
who's
story.
breaking her in the house.
And so at the time, I was really actually discouraged in my fight against trafficking. I had been doing it for a long time. I felt like we weren't making very much progress, but it's not something that I can quit because I'm dedicated to this. But I was up late one night in early 2020. January 31st, 2020. And I was consoling my own crying baby at that time because he was born and he had a birth complication. He was a very mad baby.
Crying baby.
Yeah, crying baby.
Okay.
Yeah, he was up, I was up at all hours of the
I
night.
thought you said crying baby. I was like, oh, what is
Crying
a
baby.
crying baby?
No, crying baby.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I was up late consoling him and thinking about that story of the 15-year-old girl. And suddenly, an idea came to mind. I just said, you know what? How are they vetting these videos? How is this abuse ending up on Pornhub? And an idea just flashed into mind, said, I'm going to test the upload system for myself, and I'm going to see what does it take to upload content to Pornhub. So put the baby down, got out my phone, took a video of the computer screen and the rug in the dark room, and I uploaded it to Pornhub, and I found out what millions of people already knew. Because at that time, millions of videos were being uploaded every year. In fact, the amount of content that was being uploaded to Pornhub, if you put those videos back to back, just the amount of content they would upload in 1 year, it would take 169 years to watch if you put those videos back to back. That's how much content was being uploaded.
Or had been uploaded total, you mean?
No, per year.
Wow.
Yes. That's not even counting the images.
Unbelievable.
So I tested it. I found out, like I said, what millions of people already knew, and that was that all it took to upload was an email address. So in under 10 minutes, anybody with an iPhone, anywhere in the world, can upload a video, and they were not checking age, they were not checking ID to make sure that these are not children in the videos, they're not verifying consent to make sure that these are not rape or trafficking victims. And because of that, I quickly understood that Pornhub was not a porn site, it was a crime scene. Like, it was infested with videos of real sexual crime.
And so then the people would upload them and then make money, off of advertising on them somehow? Or
yes. Yeah. So the ones that were making money off of this content, because this is free porn, right?
Right.
Free porn is not
like,
free.
yes.
Right?
It
is
is
heavily
I use
monetized.
Pornhub all the time. They get that much from
So they were selling 4.6 billion ad impressions on Pornhub every single day. They were heavily monetizing this content. Now, the people who were uploading were doing it mostly for free. Like, right. 80% of people who are uploading were just doing it for social currency, like likes and clicks and comments and shares and all of that. The reason why people upload to social media.
Right.
Some of them were doing pay to download content where they could actually do profit sharing with Pornhub. That was happening as well. But most of the money made from free porn is actually made by the corporation running the site, right?
Okay.
And just to give you a little bit of context for how big Pornhub and its parent company are, who are making all of this money. So Pornhub at the time, so by December of 2020, they had capitalized on coronavirus. So they had done crazy stunts like free premium to the whole entire world.
Oh, I remember
You
something
remember
like
that? Yeah, they had done some crazy PR campaigns at the time.
Because they figure people are stuck at home, they'll watch porn.
Yeah, well, it was that. Plus, they were getting tons of bad press because Trafficking Hub movement had gone viral starting at the beginning of the year.
And Trafficking Hub movement was what?
So I'll go back to the story. So, well, really quick, I want to tell you kind of just so you know what we're dealing with, like how big.
Okay, yeah, how big Pornhub
is.
Yes.
Okay. So by the end of December 2020, so they had grown to be the 5th most visited website in the entire world. So not just porn site, website. They had 170 million visits per day, 62 billion visits per year. And like I said, enough content uploaded every year to take 169 years to watch. So they had 56 million pieces of content on the site by the end of 2020. And this was the year that Trafficking Hub movement began. So go back to the story. So I made this discovery.
Oh my God.
And I said,
massive.
I literally said, oh my God. This site is infested with videos of rape, trafficking, non-consensual content. We used to call it revenge porn, but we call it image-based sexual abuse. And I have to sound the alarm on this. I have to, tell people what's going on. And so I did. The only thing that I could do at the time was I took to it was Twitter, right? At the time, Twitter. And I started to share this information, share the stories, share the what I discovered about the upload process. And in a burst of inspiration, I shared the hashtag Trafficking Hub. And the reason why I did that is because per definition, so by definition, any sex act that is commercialized and it's involving a child, or any sex act that's induced by force, fraud, or coercion, and it's commercialized, so it's for profit, like it's something of value is exchanged for that sex act, it is per definition an act of trafficking. So every child being abused on Pornhub, every adult who was non-consenting, who was raped and trafficked, those are instances of trafficking. I don't think people quite understand that, but that is per international definition and domestic definition. And so that's why I launched the Trafficking Hub hashtag. And it slowly started to catch on. I had a few thousand followers on Twitter at the time, but people were horrified to find this out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think when you hear trafficking, you kind of think like, I picture literally like a train, like people commandeered from other countries, or, I guess younger people that have commandeered and kidnapped in like a train car going across the country in the night or something. Like I think of it as a more, or like people like being smuggled across the border, or, I don't think of it as, I guess the average person doesn't think of it in such a common kind of, it's common is the word. I guess, yeah, the average person probably doesn't think of that it's that expansive.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the way it's portrayed in Hollywood movies. And that's the way that it happens often, right? Sometimes. But, the amount of trafficking going on, if you think about non-consensual commercialized sex acts, this is massive.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And so sound the alarm, launch Trafficking hashtag. That started to catch on. People started to message me. Somebody said, hey,
God, I remember prank calls. It was so fun.
Yeah. This BBC podcast is supported by.
And we're back. Cortez here playing tight, but Rathmuller's coming in fast with a couple of body shots. But see how Cortez's legs are they're too far apart, Mark, and he's pulling away from Rathmuller. He's too far away from him now to do any, and Rathmuller's looking to close the gap. Yes, he is. Here we go. And there it is. Oh, the jab. A quick right hand from Rathmuller, and another. He's just punishing Cortez into the corner. Cortez being pushed back onto the ropes. Hands up. Look at him trying to defend, but he is off balance. Rathmuller's he's just going to town here. Whoa! Another! Oh, no! He's got to let him up, Mark. I think he might. He's got to stop. There's something in his eyes. The ref's headed over. You can see Rathmuller there, and now he's setting up another deadly right hook. You do not want to get in the way of that, Bill. No way, Mark. You don't want to. Oh, and there it is. It's the right hook. That's it. Starting to think this might be the end of the line for Cortez. Is he going to make it? Rathmuller's just a warrior, Mark, and the champ struggling just to stay on his feet. Crowd is going wild, and Cortez is fighting back. He's taking the fight off the ropes. He's pushing it back. He's pushing up and back. Unbelievable! He's getting his feet back, and they're rolling into the center of the ring. Rathmuller is pressing the issue to the center of the ring, really doing damage now. Oh, where did that come from? Right hand from Cortez, uppercut right to chin, and Rathmuller stumbling. Is he going to go down? I mean, Cortez is on him. He is on him. And Rathmuller, he's down. Holy cow! Sensational right hand knockout from Cortez, and Rathmuller looks like he's not getting up. Is he getting up? He's not getting up, Mark. He's not moving. He's not getting up anytime soon. Somebody get that man a pillow and a blanket. It's over.
God, remember prank calls? It was so fun.
Yeah, the Jerky Boys. That was a big.
You
They
know,
were kind of like the home run hitters, right? They monetized it.
it was just so fun. You met with your friend. You're like, let's just make calls.
Yeah.
Let's just see either people from the class or just like randos.
Yeah. No, you know what my kids will do? You know, and the younger ones, they'll take my phone or my wife's phone, and on the family chat, they'll speak for us. And it's so
not
funny.
Bad, not bad.
It's
So
it's
them
pretty
doing
funny.
their impression of you.
No, it'll be kind of like just saying something random, like, why did you move this? And I'd be like, I didn't move that. And then I'd ask my wife, I'm like, I didn't move that. And she was like, that was Patrick. And I'm like, all right, I guess that is funny.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Where you been and where you going? This is our race travel show, yeah. We're gonna talk about travel today. It's UV tripping, yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm trying to do announcer voice. Welcome to the UB Trippin' Podcast. It's I'm your host Ari, and every week I go someplace different with a guest who's been somewhere. It's the only podcast recommended by the Turkish Hair Transplant Society of America.
Oh wow.
Yeah, which
Very good.
Jim Gaffigan, dude, you're on my Mount Rushmore of traveling like comedians.
Well, thank you.
Maybe number one. You were gone before anybody was going.
You know, I effectively did international shows and never made a living. You know, like whereas like I think Bill Burr and Gabriel Iglesias and now Segura, they all make good money.
Yeah.
Whereas I really, I mean, I was desired to make money, but I was much more interested in cultural thing and you know, I love international cultures, but selfishly, you know, I think it's good for writing. I mean, I think you and I have even talked about this. It's that perspective that you encounter in a different culture. Even if you're in the UK, you're like, oh my gosh, I guess it is weird that Americans do this.
Yeah, it kind of shows your own shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. We're like seeing completely something else. We're like, oh, okay, I do it oddly different. Why do I do it different?
Yeah, and it's and you really kind of are you have to embrace the American identity. You know, the reality. That dog's like a comedian, really kind of needy.
Really, it's like, come on, why right when we started?
That's so cute.
You have to embrace, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was always cool. It was seeing, and then you start selling tickets internationally too, which is
I mean, but nothing like
yeah.
Again, Burr in London can really sell some tickets, but I was kind of, and I think we would cross paths, right? See you be going to Budapest, and I was just in Budapest, and I was also like, some of it is I would be with my family,
different kind
so
of
like justifying, so the cost imbalance. Like if you're a one-person band, you can make a living, but if you're traveling with 5 kids, you're bleeding money.
Yeah, I won't even bring an opener out there.
Yeah,
I'd be like, no way.
Yeah.
Also, it's a chance to be alone, which is nice. But
yeah,
you're Irish, so
yeah,
yeah, you got a family.
It's and I don't like groups, but I've got a family, but that's all right.
Tax deductible though. Make that whole trip.
It's all good.
I was talking to Morrissey about it last week, and we were just talking about it. I was just like, it's really afforded us a way to like see everything.
Oh, absolutely.
They cover the flights. They tell you where to stay.
Yeah,
and then you go ahead from there.
Yeah, and you're jet lagged, so you half the time you're jet lagged, so you wander around the city, and you kind of, and it forces you, at least for me, it forces me to do some research. I've often, I'll do, because when I did the Pale Tourist, where I did shows, like on Canada, I did Spain, I did Asia, and then I did one on Florida, just because Florida is so unique.
We need one on them.
I did like these little chunks, so like I did 35 minutes on Florida, 30 minutes on China, not China, Asia.
Whoa.
And then
in those places, or just back?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And so it was really, but that self-assignment, some of that was prompted because my boys were learning Mandarin, so we went over to China a couple times. Yeah.
I mean, that might be the most usable language, but no one takes that.
It's, there's
what?
There's like you and I are probably the same age. So like or maybe I'm older.
It's right close. Yeah.
But like when I was a kid, the language everyone took was either Russian or Japanese.
What?
Yeah.
No, we just have French or Spanish.
Oh yeah, no, well, just French or Spanish. But like if you were like if you were going to learn the language that we needed for business in the 80s, it was Japanese. And if you needed to know the language for World War III, it was Russian.
At 12:12 a.m. Pacific
And
Standard
so
Time.
I didn't do either of them, but there were
Tuesday,
there were kids that
2025.
did
Once
that.
I do remember that period. We're like, listen,
people outside, and then
we should just
people
learn some Russian
upstairs
so we can be
that are
of
like-
service.
Yes.
To maybe our new overlords.
Yes, and it's like Red Dawn, that movie. It's like, look, they might come over and take, And so, whereas like in the aughts or the 2000s, everyone's like, we got to learn Arabic. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they were gonna like upgrade us.
And now it's like their Mandarin is going to be the biggest economy. The Chinese are going to have the biggest economy eventually.
But where are we going today? Philippines.
All right,
Although I
think
better
we
stop
go to the
doing that because
Philippines. Now,
I'm
I've
sure
only
some
been
of the
to
times that they
Philippines
react that way, it's
Okay,
somebody
fine.
they work
I
with.
think the
that they're like,
Philippines
"Fuck,
is so
fun times over."
interesting because,
Jealous right away. You've been there.
yeah, I mean it's beautiful. It's got a lot of different think it's like 100 islands. It's
like, where do you even know where to go?
It's also, I mean, the Filipinos are really interesting in that they're the only country in Asia that's really into
The Filipinos
basketball.
are really interesting. Why are
They're
there so many
really,
that become nurses?
They were
Why
a
are there so
Spanish
many
colony. They're
Filipino
really
nurses?
attached to their Spanish
That's my first
identity.
question.
They also are.
They speak Spanish, or is Tagalog like a
It's-
mixture?
You know, this is where I'm pretty ignorant. But that's what also is great about an international show is like you don't have to be an expert.
Oh, dude,
You
this
just
is
have
like
to-
the ignorance podcast.
You just have to be curious.
Yeah, people like, you're wrong about that. Like, yeah, I was there for 4 days. I don't know.
You just
Study
have to
up
be
on your-
curious.
Uh-huh.
Also, the Philippines very Catholic, and similar to Ireland, their big export is their people. So you go, you know, obviously there's a lot of Filipinos in America. There's a lot of Filipinos in Canada. There's a lot of Filipinos in Australia. There's a lot of Filipinos throughout the Middle East. Like literally,
Wow,
people.
really?
Yeah, people go. So there is that element, but I think it's a part of Asia that was colonial. It's Catholic. They're very different from the other Asian cultures in that what they're interested in. They're also Southeast Asian, so the women are beautiful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
What's the range on Filipino women? There's always the range that nobody talks like, oh, like Persians are so pretty. I'm like, keep looking.
Well, there is something. I mean, that's like, there is something about, like, the first time you go to Sweden, you're like, oh my gosh, Sweden, it's going to be unbelievable. But they're not all beautiful Swedes.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
And it's also the Philippines, there's, you know, pretty severe poverty.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, it's very much kind of, you go to a resort or you stay in a nice hotel, like it's kind of, and so when you would do a show, like I only did one show in Manila. And
in Manila, damn, that was the place everyone was like, get in, get out as fast as possible.
Well, that's what, but I mean, I think that the Filipinos are so nice, and and similar to the Japanese, I think they have an affection for American culture. But what I thought was so interesting, so it's like I did a show. Now it just sounds like the Trout. You should just call this the Travel Brag Podcast.
That's what it comes down to a lot too. You want to tell people about stuff, and they're like, you think you're better than me? I'm like, no, I'm just excited.
No, but like I did. Like, have you done a show in Taiwan? There's I love the cultural element. So before you do a show, and both times I did shows in Taiwan, they would do a ceremony for the ancestors where they would put food out. Do you know about this?
No.
Yeah. So like
Dude,
in Taiwan,
I totally support that,
there
man.
is this ceremony for
Little
ancestors
welcome
and
ritual.
before the show. They're like, and it's all very, you know, it's not like, oh, crazy person. It has an attachment to
This is UV
you know,
tripping, by the way.
it's kind of an old
Ari
cultural
Schaefer's
phenomenon, but it's
podcast
present. It's kind
has
of a
Jim
form of
Gaffigan
good luck and respect.
I'm
Is
not
it
too
like
familiar with Jim
Fort
Gaffigan. I
Daniel,
saw
like,
1
just so
hour
you know,
of
this
his
isn't our-
comedy
No,
special.
it's
and he was
it's
funny.
not like when you're in Australia. It's like we still all this land.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Like, put it down before a show, bro. It's
but
not the right vibe.
but there are native people in Taiwan that are uniquely different from the Han when the Chiang Kai-shek came over, and yeah. So like in the Philippines, because it's a Catholic country, and because, as you know, when you do these international shows, I love the
They were
international
colonized by Spain, for those of you that
comedy
don't know.
community because they're all in it for
There's
the
a
right
lot of
reason.
Filipinos
Like
that speak
being an
Spanish.
English-speaking comedian, whether it be in Paris or Athens, is not a logical thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being a comedian in the 90s. It's like it doesn't make sense.
Dude, they have there's nothing to get, so there's no competition.
Yes. Yeah.
Like in the Hong Kong scene, it was like, we're all just like, hey, good callback.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah.
You did one.
Yeah. And so they're like, yeah, I teach English but at the Philippines, some of it is like I try to, do a little bit of
So what do you
studying
do
the
when you
history
get
and the
there?
culture.
Okay. Guys. Ow. Oh, did God, I really just spit nuts in my eye. Try to run a professional thing. Guys, it's a streaming wars. My special on Netflix and Jim Gaffigan's special on Hulu. His is hilarious. Mine is Netflix is a joke. Both really dumb things. Whichever guy came up with both of them, they're sticking with it. They're not backing off it. Hilarious is sticking, and Netflix is a joke is sticking. Both are dumb. Both are really dumb. Which one are you going to watch? Guess what? Now you can watch both. My special, America's Sweetheart, on Netflix, and Jim Gaffigan's special, The Skinny, on Hulu. Yeah, we're both stand-up comics. I'd like to tell you guys about the guests of the week. Jim Gaffigan is one of the best comics of all time, and I don't say that lightly. You might take him for granted. You might take him lightly, but you should. I eat a bunch of lightly salted almonds with sea salt right before you record a promo. It makes no sense. Guys, I'm on the road. Yeah, that's right. I'm touring off my American Sweetheart. All new material. All new material. Yeah, this is a different hour completely. I'm going to be in Nashville, San Antonio, Tampa, Denver, Schaumburg, Atlanta, Portland, San Jose, Orlando, Dania Beach, Seattle, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, and Anchorage. This is all right now until the beginning of April, and then Anchorage is June. That's my last gig until 2027 that you can come see me at. You can pay to see me at. Take some time off. Go to arishafir.com right now for tickets. You can also get my Stay Positive shirt. You can get my Feidelberg shirt. I only made 30 of the Feidelberg RIP shirts. Don't need Feidelberg. True legend. Have you seen the special? If you haven't seen it, you haven't watched it yet, you will not get that joke. If you do, you will. Jim Gaffigan, all of his tour tickets are at jimgaffigan.com. He's going to be in Durham, Birmingham, New Orleans, Memphis, Albuquerque, Minneapolis, Lexington, Owensboro, Knoxville, Chattanooga. He's never home. Toledo, Columbus, Charlotte, San Diego, Phoenix, Lincoln, Vancouver, April 4th and 5th. I'm going to be there April 5th. Go see him April 4th. Go see me April 5th. I'll be in a way smaller place. Milwaukee, Cleveland, Greenville, North Charleston, Cincinnati, Las Vegas, and Mashantucket. He's also doing all different material from the special. Guys, obviously, if you haven't gotten there right yet, depends when this drop is going in, we barely talk about the Philippines. I'm letting you know right now, sometimes real travelers like Jim Gaffigan, they go all over the place. It's hard to lock them in. Sam Talent was the same. His episode's coming soon about France. Go do another one about Tokyo. But it's like, I just want to tell you about travel in general, and it's all over the place. That's why this one was called The Philippines, sort of. Anyway, now that I told you that, let's get back to the episode. By the way, I also have a Patreon you can subscribe to. New episodes 3 times a month. Patreon.com/ubtrippin'. And I got tons of new merch available on my website, arishafir.com. Grinders, vinyl. I will sign the vinyls.
Give it to us. I'm going to stop the podcast just now. I don't know what to do.
And I will sign those. That's it. Back to the Philippines. Jim Gaffigan.
So it was unique in the Philippines because my wife has, they have cousins and nephews that are Filipino.
Okay.
And so, and it's not kind of like distant cousins, like they're pretty close cousins. And so we went and visited a family that, was her cousin's uncle, who's a great guy. And so we had a traditional, Filipino, and learned all about the history of their family.
Did they know you as Jim Gaffigan, or they just know you as her husband?
I don't know. I think a little bit. Like these are kind of, I think there's a little bit of, there's an upper class in the Philippines. These are upper class people. So they probably have a greater, they're more worldly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, I think in the 1900s, this family, but like, of course, it's an amazing story where the great grandfather was, like a bricklayer, and he just amassed a fortune, right? So that's, those stories are throughout the world, right?
Just keep going faster and faster.
And so, so we did that. We visited family. We did, and then we went to, and of course I should know all these names. We went to this beautiful resort that cost like a nickel, and it was just unbelievable. like the Filipinos love to eat. So like their breakfast buffet.
What was it?
Gosh, I can't even remember some of it. But like but of course all this stuff I'm acquiring information, right?
So they have a lot of pork there, huh?
Yes, they love. So like all of Asia, they will do. And I did a joke on it, Asian American, because it was just the perspective in all these mini specials was as a dumb American in these countries. But yeah, that one. What is that one?
I mean, it's mango. It's whatever this is.
Yeah, that meat is like so incredible. But what the Asians do, they do everything is for breakfast. Whereas like people in Europe or the Middle East, they're like there's certain things for breakfast. Where in Asia, they're like you can have ice cream, you can have hot dogs, whatever you want. So the breakfast buffet is like a Vegas buffet.
Yeah. Oh.
And so there is. So some of it is, and they, similar to like Colombia, like they have every fruit.
Are they fat?
No, there's just, there is, like, so I did like a small theater there, and there is like some more security than you'd think. You're like, I don't know if I need security. It's just me. And they're like, no, you need security.
There's crime.
I wouldn't say crime. It's just kind of some people begging.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So like I've never done a show in India. I've heard that like India is amazing, but like I've heard that's what you encounter. It's not that anyone's rude or aggressive. It's just kind of like getting in the building.
I just got back from Cuba with Bobby Kelly.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was like, he saw a kid, like he started giving money, like, buddy, it's a mistake. They're gonna swarm if you give any of them anything.
Yeah. No. So it's but like I thought the most interesting thing about the Philippines was before the show. So there's this community, right? And the Philippines, they obviously do it in Tagalog or whatever. No,
they're comics?
They're comics. They perform in the native language, which the name I'm confusing with the version of Girl Scout cookies that I like.
Yeah.
And they're all very nice. It's like, like doing a show in Moscow, that was so fun. And so
when you do shows there, I try not to center on stand-up, but like, are you like, oh, this will not make sense here? Like, are there jokes where you're like, would you like the idea of a gym in some third world country? Like, oh, you're never going to understand this.
I think that with the internet and also understanding that the audience that comes to these shows, English has to be not a barrier. Right. So either they worked in an English-speaking country, or one of their parents were from there, or they're an expat.
Yeah, right? But certain things I went through like Glasgow, UK, and Amsterdam. And I was doing this joke that just didn't work. I didn't understand why it didn't work. Yeah, it was about acid, but like in an Altoids tin, and somebody I bet you was like, "Hey, but we don't have Altoids here. They have no idea what you're talking about." I'm like, "Oh, that's just the setup." Oh yeah. And then I changed it, and then the rest of Europe it worked.
Yeah,
that kind of shit. Where like,
it's so crazy. I think that there's different barriers in different countries. Like I feel like the UK, there is a different type of barrier for an American comedian that I don't encounter when I'm in, like Northern Europe, or if I'm doing a one-off in some place like the Philippines. It's like there's something about that relationship that, and some of it is maybe me projecting it on these people.
Yeah, that could happen sometimes.
So it's like my whole, like, I understand the history. I know that the notion of an ugly American is much more alive in British people's thought, or like the Irish or the Londoner has much stronger views on what happened
Oh yeah,
in a
or
rap.
something.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I think,
Or in LA, you'll have a female comic who joke like, "I'm so fat," and I'm like, "This is only going to work in LA.
yeah,
Anywhere else, you
Yeah.
seem thin."
and then, I did a show in Mexico City, and they were like so amazing. But like, even our neighbor Mexico, right?
Yeah.
I didn't get a sense that I was being perceived as an American. I was being perceived as a curiosity,
She's like,
which is
so
better.
too. You're just like you can't blend in at all. Bobby was like, I was like, Bob, you could pass as Cuban. You could if you got a little sun.
And so
right there,
was
you're grizzled.
Cuba amazing?
Yeah.
Amazing from cultural difference, or amazing from
Cultural difference. You can see the effect of an embargo. I mean, you see these beautiful. That's like a decrepit one.
Yeah.
You just see like, oh, you took away their ability to make. It was like GM moving out of.
And
Detroit.
was there a sense of, because I feel like particularly with Cuba, there's two sides where there's the Florida Cubans that are like,
They hate them. We got all the history.
really?
They hate them. They left thinking they'd be back in 10 days. Like, all right, we just got to group up. Let's get rid of him. We'll all be back. And then it didn't happen.
And so in
So they
Cuba,
hate
what is their view on Castro or the Castro brothers?
Okay. So we had a hurricane there. Power went out in the whole country. Castro said, hey, the elder Castro said these power grids are woefully out of date. I don't know how long ago he died, but he said that before he died. They haven't changed them. So the radio's on. Listen to the radio, and they're saying how, like, okay, no deaths. That was good. One pregnant woman and 2 old people rushed to the hospital. And then at the end, the guy's like translating for me. He goes, oh, now here's the statement. They're saying this is all made possible by the People's Republic, and without them, we could not. So there's constant like propaganda. But he's also at the same time, he goes, everyone's evacuated, real orderly.
Yeah, no,
Right.
everyone's educated.
Yeah.
Right.
And they just go to it like, come on. I'm like, what if you don't go? Like, you have to, but also you want to. You're in a place with no walls, so like you want to go to a gym. And then he was like, so what do you guys do? Like, well, we have people that just won't go. And they're like, isn't that dangerous? Like, yeah, that's the crazy thing about freedom. We just make fun of them when they die.
Yeah.
But man, it's just so fun.
Oh, so that's real. See, like, that's the juice. The juice is like that different perspective on. But I see, like, I've never performed in Cuba, but like the history of Cuba, and
we found out like he wasn't gonna necessarily go communist. He was just ultra left, and he was like could have been. And then when he had no ally real close, Khrushchev was like, "I'll be your friend." And he was fine. These guys are fucking wild over there.
and he, there's the two views where he's a genius, he's an egomaniac, and probably both things.
Yeah.
But some things succeeded, some things.
So here's what I got. Everyone who left, like, they stole all the money, did whatever. But it's like if you have a home with like 6 different like units in it, it's like, listen, pick your one, but we're not having homelessness while there's 5 open units in your place. Which is like, okay, I get it, but also like, no way, you're not taking my shit. But he goes, at the time, he was rampant illiteracy, and he goes, now no one does it. But they didn't get a fair shake. They didn't get a real fair try at making that work. They couldn't do trade with anybody.
Really?
So
I feel like there was always like people, you could fly from Canada and you could go from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
And some of it wasn't Castro always kind of inserting himself in, Angola and Nicaragua.
And they don't talk. All those guys would kind of talk.
Yeah, but some of it is, I'm ignorant on some of this, so much of it.
And then we were lied to in high school. We were propagandized, what we don't even know, on lots of things.
Absolutely.
In Vietnam, they called it the American War. I'm like, no, oh, right. It wouldn't be called that. So they're like, yeah, we just got done with France. You guys came in 7 years later. It wasn't, Hi, everybody. Today's episode of Human Tripping is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. It's the #1 brand of underwear for hiking, and I go hiking, you guys. I love getting out there in nature. I'm in a spot I've never been to before. I lived in New York. I'm in Los Angeles for 12 years. I never got up here. I came to visit a bunch of times. How did I never get here before? You know what got me here? Sheath underwear. Yeah, it was designed by a
It's Unit 207 stopping the podcast.
a colonel in the army, Robert Patton. I think he was responsible for killing Gaddafi. He dragged him out of his hole and beat him to death with a Hello Kitty keychain that he got.
So as a former mental health professional and a former case manager, I feel like when they do things like this, it is honestly because they have such low self-esteem and
myself am not a girl, but I am a
advocacy issues
staff sergeant.
that they need my attention constantly while stalking me, having kidnapped my children, yada, yada, yada. That's my interpretation of it from a psychological perspective. And I also feel that it seems at any given moment in time, Unit 207 has at least one individual with a serious personality
When I go
disorder
hiking, I look no further than sheep.
and everyone knows how common mood disorders are. Yeah. I know.
Underwear. I'm not joking. It helps separate your balls from your shaft and your taint so that you don't get the chafing next to your leg. I'm not joking. Robert, bro, for real? I have this Guatemala episode coming. I use your sheath underwear doing this crazy hike in a city near Lake Atitlan. And you sent me. I'll go into it, but like, guys, I don't pay for sheath. I'll just be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie, but I do wear them when it comes down. See that and some boxers. I just like the boxer briefs. That's my number one tip. Also, though, the bamboo shirts are great for skiing, but I'm not talking about that right now. I'm just talking about the shaft hugging sheath underwear, dude. I'd reach it. Who else? Let me know who else goes to this, like, no one. But dude, for real, I did Guatemala. I went straight uphill through this like favela in this small town. I got pictures. And Sheath Underwear got me there. Guys, if you go to sheath.com right now, you can get 20% off your order. That's right. Sheath.com. Use the promo code Ari. Get 20% off your order. I'm Ari Shafir. I wouldn't lie to you. Go crazy places with Sheath. Hi, guys. Today's episode of You Be Trippin' is brought to you by mudwater.com. Guys, you ever get the 3 o'clock blues? You just can't do it anymore. You're just like, what's the point of it all? You know, caffeine's not working. Nothing's working. You just want to throw it all away. You know, you just want to throw it all away. I don't mean doing anything bad. I mean going to your boss's office and taking a shit on the desk. That's what America's all about. Taking a shit on your boss's desk to let him know you're not part of this life anymore. You're going to go do your own thing for a while. You don't have the energy to do it. Well, that's where Mudwater comes in. It has cordyceps. Do you know what those are? This computer will help me tell you. Every single ingredient Mudwater products are 100% USDA certified organic, non-GMO, gluten-free. Who cares about that part? I'm talking about cordyceps. Lion's mane for focus. That's why you can go to your boss and go, hey, I'm not, I think you got a meeting. That's what you guys. If there's anything we learned from January 6th, it's the one part no one had a problem with was just shitting on the desk. Outfits. Cordyceps to promote natural energy to get you able to go in and shit on the desk. Mudwater gets it there. There's also caffeine-free blends available. Not bad. Provides sustained energy without spikes and crash traditional coffee. That's not bad. How are you going to do this? You know you want a different life, but you don't have the energy to do it. And you know if he says, hey, I want to do something else, he's going to talk you out of it. He's going to talk you out of it. You don't want him to. You got to take a shit on that desk. Mud water will help you get there.
Dude,
Ready to make the switch?
I'm
switch to
surprised
clear
that I don't know anybody that's taking a
Mudwater.com
shit
and
on
grab
my
your
boss's
starter kit
desk.
today.
I
Right
feel
now,
like I should
my
know
listeners
somebody
get an
that's doing
exclusive
that. I
deal
do
up
not.
to 43% off your entire order, plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use code TRIPPIN. That's right, up to 43% off with code TRIPPIN at MUDWTR.com. After you purchase them, ask where you found them. Please show your support and let them know we sent you. I gotta do it. I'm out of energy. I need that mud water. Please show your support and let them know we sent you. Keep your energy natural and refreshing all year long with mud water.
That's cool that they're sponsoring him, but as an aside, dude, mud water tastes like strange shit.
And I think that's what's also interesting is you look at, so like, I mean, the Vietnamese, I've never performed in Vietnam. But
you've been there?
I haven't been there. But like, they don't, it doesn't appear to be this lingering grudge.
That's the cute. I had 1 or 2 Cubans go, I don't blame you. Like, out of the blue. That means you were definitely thinking about it. Yeah, the Vietnamese, like, we hate China. You guys, that was shit in the past.
So weird. And, you know,
because you go in there like, I'm so sorry.
Like in Poland, like I did a show in Warsaw, and it's palpable, some of that history. They're like, I mean, first of all, have you been to Warsaw? Have you been to the Polish Museum?
No.
Oh my God. As a Jew, you have to go. No, but the Polish Museum in Warsaw is this museum all about the history of Jewish people in Poland.
Okay.
So at the start of World War II, 1 in 6 Polish residents was Jewish.
Whoa.
Now there's like maybe 200,000 out of 30 million. So you have to understand, obviously, we're not talking about people all being killed. We're talking about people leaving.
Running, yeah.
And so, and Poland's this amorphous thing where, you know, the borders have kind of shifted so many times, right?
Yeah.
But that Polish museum, unbelievable. Because they, you know, there's Austria, Hungary, empire kind of stuff, but like the significant.
What is it about? It's just about.
It's just
Jews
about
there?
how like they would escape some pogroms in Russia and go there, and they would escape. But like obviously,
As an aside, I feel like my assessment about someone upstairs having a personality disorder did something. I don't know if I shamed them or if everybody's like, yeah, it is you. Stop fucking with the podcast or what. But the podcast is functioning. I just paused it.
Finally getting out. It was like,
they're upstairs
and it's like also the you know, the Poland is the blood fields, right? So it's in some ways fighting for the breadbasket of Ukraine, and but it's like also that buffer that Russia always wanted, because it is strategically, like I know anything about military, strategically an issue protecting themselves from Germany, because of course Napoleon invaded through Poland and Hitler, so it's like, but the Russians really fucked over the Polish. And by the way, Warsaw completely destroyed. You know, so when the Germans left, they would just blow things up,
just to fuck it up,
just to be like, you know, as a last fuck you. And the two things: one, when the Russians, so the Russians and the Polish liberation movement were allies, and the Polish were fighting the Nazis, and the Russians were on the other side, and the Polish at one point said, "Hey, come on in. We need your help to fight the Germans." And the Russians were like, "No, we're all right." So they waited for them to kind of exhaust each other, so that
they can just move in.
But you know, I don't know how much of that's human beings at their best, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what when he split up Berlin.
Yeah,
it was just like both sides like, oh, we want that. I was like, wait, I thought you guys were helping defeat the Nazis.
Yeah.
Like, no, we didn't give a shit.
So, but what? So all right. So there's but Poland. So at Warsaw, they literally rebuilt Warsaw based on photographs.
Really?
Because it was
recreate
all destroyed, and they recreated it based on photos.
Wow.
And also,
Wow.
I love a pierogi, and so. But Warsaw is. I'm surprised if you've done the Baltics, you wouldn't do Warsaw on the way.
Well, I just did Eastern Europe for the first time, Romania and Slovenia, and I only want to go there from now on. It's so fucking wild. I mean, they're nuts.
Yeah, no, I did a movie in Bulgaria. That's really interesting. Like a nice hotel, and they have a strip club in the basement. You're like,
what?
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
And, but like some of it is hearing stories about Romania, but I think Romania's, I mean, I haven't performed there, but I definitely want to go there.
It's wild. And Slovenia too. I stopped and was like, hey, how many of you guys remember before it was Slovenia? And I was like, half the crowd was like, yeah, me. I'm like, what a new place. Yeah. They're just nuts. We left it. We got to get back to the Philippines. But we left where I performed in Slovenia. But Romania was so wild. The underground scene is all like post-punk instead of like EDM.
I mean, isn't that so amazing how like Northern Europe is into like metal?
Yeah. And in Japan, I heard super bluegrass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know that Japan itself kept the American bourbon industry alive. So during the 80s and 90s, there was this trend to wine coolers, and vodka really took off. Absolutely. But so these heritage brands of bourbon and whiskey, like maybe Scotch was the whiskey that people would drink. It was because the Japanese were drinking American bourbon that, some of these great brands of bourbon survived.
Because they would like buy it up.
Yeah, they would buy it up. They were into it.
What were the poopers like in the Philippines?
It was not great.
Okay.
Like the resort. But I did a show in Beijing at an opera house. And so capital city, opera house, obviously it's not. And they told me before you go to the venue, use the bathroom. And I go, why? And so like, they're like, there's no Western bathroom.
They know enough to warn people now.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's really interesting because it was not, this, and again, maybe, I mean, this was also a while ago. Maybe now they have, and I'm sure it was a smaller opera house. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, you have to understand, it's like, like I said before, I'm doing like 600 to maybe 800 tickets in a city of Beijing where it's, 1 billion people. And so, but yeah, so the Philippines very much like when I did the show, it was in a mall.
Okay.
Took a van outside of, but like they have kind of in Manila, they have these districts that are kind of private. So there's a mall, say there's like a mall, like, that Wilshire Mall.
Mm-hmm.
It would be many more blocks, but there would be multiple entrances. And some of them would be people staying at the hotel. Some would be wealthy people going to those malls. So you would go through security and then you'd be in this kind of...
Stop beggars and stuff going in?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was in... this one was not as fancy as the mall where the nice hotel was. And did this show. I mean, when I got there, again, I have all these connections to the Philippines because I'm Filipino. Now, and so I have all these connections. So I'm meeting with, a woman that I went to college with, cousins, my wife's cousin's friend or nephew of their cousin, And so before the show, there's all these, The comedy community is there. They're all very nice, enthusiastic people.
It's like half the shows too. Are
Yes.
comedians in the audience.
Yes, and they love comedy. And what was really interesting is they're like, all right, would you like to do? We typically start with a prayer before we. And I'm like, wow. And they're like, well, we know you're Catholic, and I'm like, okay. And so I'm not even saying that it was this group was decidedly Catholic. There was an element of faith, right?
Okay.
And it kind of crossed the spectrum. So like there was, some of these,
Catholic.
there was like, obviously there was some really wealthy Filipinos that were in the comedy scene. There were some very poor. There was some gay. There was some, like 70-year-old man that's on his fifth wife. It's like, it was really eclectic, but there was kind of this cultural thing of now we're going to do the prayer. And I'm like,
It's that Catholic there. There's such standard.
it is, but it isn't. Some of it, like if there's someone might say like, no, that was just that one guy that does that organized, that served
right.
as kind of a promoter. You know that like in some of these international things, it's just a comedian that is also producing shows.
Right. That's a hard thing when you're trying to make a judgment about a whole country. And it's like, first of all, like not just in that town.
Yeah.
And then it's like, that was just the one place. Yeah, right. That's just one restaurant.
And so, but I thought that was interesting. And then,
wow. Did the crowd join in?
No, it was backstage. It was backstage. But, and the Filipinos are just, they're like every other Filipino you've met. They're very sweet and nice and
It's Unit 207 again, not me.
not super sensitive. Like I was more nervous about doing jokes about Russians in Russia.
Yeah.
Unit 207
Where I was
again,
like, because
not me.
there's cultural things about, like I remember.
And again, that's them. I was just making sure that the live stream
Because there's cultural things about, like I remember.
And again, that's them. I was just making sure that the live stream
Because there's cultural things. Because when I was I remember when I was around.
And again,
Times
that's
Square,
them.
there were similar to Elmo in Times Square or like Dora. There would be people dressed like Stalin. All these historical figures, and I was like, Stalin? Really, you guys like Stalin? But some of it was a cultural thing. It was like he was a strong leader. Do you know what I mean?
A little too strong, though, right?
So Ivan the Terrible. They're like, he was a strong leader, and you see that, and I would make fun of that.
Mao is still big in China.
Yeah, and so like even in Paris, like from a historical standpoint, and some of this is people might be like, oh, you're being a pussy, but like Caesar killed a lot of people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Napoleon was like in a lot of ways a sociopath, right? But like in France, they're like, he's our guy.
He rules.
You know what I mean? He's our God. It's like, caused, personally responsible for the deaths of millions. You know what I mean? Nothing like, Hitler, but like.
But he's up there. He's at least in the running.
Caesar killed at least 20 million. You know what I mean? Yeah.
God damn.
So, like Manila did the show.
Yeah.
And then that was what was really interesting is when I do international shows, obviously if I'm with my family, it's different. But if I'm not with my family,
that's the only thing we have.
I'm sure you're like me. You want to go. You're going to go for a meal with the producer afterwards. You're like, you want to go someplace that is authentic.
Yeah.
And not
like even an American restaurant.
Not an American restaurant.
Just like, where do you hang out? Like, just go there. You don't have to make it really nice. Just like, where would you go on a
And so we went to, I think my show might have been on a Sunday night.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't want to go to like an American place. I don't want to go to anything, freaky or anything like that. And so he was like, got you. And so he brought me to like this, we're driving. It's kind of like this restaurant off to the side, and they serve like a fish dish. And I'm not a big fish eater, but I didn't want to say that. And then it was interesting because it was this mom and pop restaurant. It was very cool. It was a very interesting experience.
Like what?
It was what he would.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why was it interesting? What do you mean?
Well, it was interesting because it was very kind of. It was very. There's a difference between it being casual or it being informal and it being kind of almost a truck stop. So it was like, I'm from Indiana, so like I've eaten at truck stops, and it's like, that the person that's the chef, like last week was in jail. You know what I mean? Like cooking is like the job that we can put Gilbert back there and no one has to look at him. And but it was really interesting. But then there's also, it was, in a way, it was like, there was part of me, it's like, oh, I probably should have gone. I should have said, oh, I wish we had done more of a weird, in some of the
yeah, but like you ever go to Chicago and they give you Malorts and you're like, you guys drink this? And they're like, no. Yeah. None of us drink it. But we make tourists drink it because it's our thing.
I also, and some of it is, that's why I had that group of specials called the Pale Tourist, is like, I do love being, some of it is like, I look like a tourist.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to free you a little bit where you're not even trying to blend in.
No. Well, you're
6 foot, one?
Yeah.
Like super white.
Yeah. No, like when I did a show in Taiwan, I had been in Asia with my family, and then a college friend of mine who's from Taiwan, and she brought me to like this, it was like a converted mine that had become a mall that was pretty much only the Taiwanese would go to, right? Or the Taiwanese. And so walking around there, people were just like, what's going on? And this is Taiwan. They've seen white people, but like they're like, not in this area.
Isn't that fun?
I love it.
Oh my god! You just like stop traffic, just from your like. You feel like Tom Cruise.
Yeah. No, it's very.
Did you get that in Manila and the Philippines?
I mean, I would say that it's more of
gotta go rural.
Yeah, and so some of it is, I think with the Philippines, there is a class system. So like among whereas like when I did a show in Bogota, I didn't feel like I needed security.
Bogota.
Yeah.
That was expected there.
That was like a rock club. But again, those are people coming to the show. It's like, do they speak English? Because I don't speak any Spanish. And are they? But like that was fun. That I was all ready to do a South American tour, and that's when the pandemic hit. Yeah,
get back to it.
I was in Bogota.
I think it's an untapped market, even for English speakers. Like, it's the internet, so they're like being exposed to this stuff.
Oh my!
And you have 80 specials in the backlog where if they're looking at special, like, oh,
have you done? I'm going to do India, and that's where I'm jealous of some of these
the scenes there.
Yeah,
because they can just hop.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, I've done Myanmar. I'm like, you've done Myanmar? They're like, oh yeah. It's very, but they're kind of in their 20s and kind of in a nomadic stage in their life.
A friend from Hong Kong, he was in the scene there, and he went to Seoul to do a show, Korea, and he was like a very dry, slow, Stephen Wright style.
Yeah.
And they went to Seoul, but they just had never seen that, and so he performed, and then they go, "You just changed the game."
Really?
Yeah. He goes, "No, I didn't. I'm just Canadian."
I taped a special.
What? Where?
In Seoul.
What?
I mean, it wasn't, again, it was like
What?
2 cameras.
Okay.
But like my Asian American special was shot in Seoul. So I did all these. I hadn't even been to the Philippines at that point, but I had gone over to China and Japan and maybe done Thailand. But I had done it a bunch. And so that's what prompted me, because I would go into these different areas. Like Japan, it's so fascinating, right? The different cultural nuances, like the cab where they're like, we'll get the door.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Have you been there?
No, I gotta get to Japan. That's
Oh
high
my
on
gosh.
the list.
I always think of Tokyo as the microcosm of cultural difference and it being fascinating. And there's also a side of, I've always been with my family. There's a side of
Something to note, all myths have many versions and variations. For this episode, we've selected those we felt are the most dramatic and entertaining and supplemented them with additional research into Greek traditions. Our myths may not always be the version you're familiar with, but something to note, all myths have many versions and variations. For this episode, we've selected those we felt are the most dramatic and entertaining and supplemented them with additional research into Greek traditions. Our myths may not always be the version you're familiar with, but we hope you'll enjoy them. A warning, this episode features dramatizations and discussions of filicide and sexual coercion. Listener discretion is advised, especially for listeners under 13. Tantalus, son of Zeus and one of the richest kings in Greece, was having a wild evening in the kitchen. He threw spices into pots and herbs into cauldrons, while his son Pelops stood stunned in the doorway. He had never seen his father move so energetically. Normally, Tantalus was a quiet man, sullen, restless, stuck to his throne like a briar. The most he'd do in a day was throw a cruel jibe at Pelops.
It is 1:01 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is February 4th, Tuesday. I'm going to go lay down, enjoy the story time. Some of you may be wondering, why haven't you filed another police report? Because the FBI provides me with instructions, and I follow them. Remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I'm just an informant.
Ops or a servant boy. Father, you're cooking? Why?
Ha! Just what I wanted to see. The gods themselves are coming for dinner. I invited them, and I'm going to give them the feast of a lifetime. Come in, help me chop.
Pelops stepped hesitantly toward a pile of greens, and a strange grin spread across Tantalus's face. Shaking his head, he gestured toward another stack of vegetables right beside him. Pelops approached, but he didn't start chopping. Instead, he looked at his father anxiously. Something strange was happening here, and he had an unpleasant feeling he'd better understand what as quickly as possible.
Why are the gods coming here, Father? You're so often your father's guest on Mount Olympus, where you eat ambrosia. Nothing in our kitchen's cauldrons will be as good. We'll only disappoint the gods.
Oh, Pelops, I'm not aiming to please the gods. I'm aiming to fool them. I'm invited to Zeus's table, but they treat me like a toy. They think they're so wise and all-knowing. I may be mortal, but I am Zeus's son, and I know those foolish Olympians. I've known them since the day I was born. They're not so wise as they think, and tonight I'll prove it, once and for all.
prove they're fallible? They'll send you to Hades for even trying, Father.
That's what separates you and me, boy. You're weak and a coward. I know my own worth.
But how could you possibly do it?
By feeding them human meat, my son, and having them eat it like the arrogant fools they are.
With that, Tantalus picked up a large carving knife. Pelops looked from his father's face to the blade and back again, his stomach sinking in horror. But it was too late to run. Welcome to Mythology, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we present dramatic stories from ancient mythology and explore their origins. I'm your host and narrator, Vanessa Richardson. You can find all episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Mythology for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Mythology in the search bar. Today, we're exploring the story of Pelops, the mythical founder of the Olympics. But before he made that name for himself, he lived through a series of dangerous, sometimes disturbing challenges. This week, we'll meet him as a young man, struggling against his father for his life and navigating the world of lusty, vengeful gods. Next week, we'll follow him as he strikes out in the mortal world, determined to find his own earthbound glory. Coming up, Pelops' dark early years. The spectacle of the Olympic Games is always fraught with drama, from doping scandals to battered national pride to a culture of relentless one-upmanship. And yet the public always tunes in for more. The test of strength, resolve, and skill surges on, bringing the world together in celebration of human potential and glory. In the ancient world, the game's role as a uniting force was all the more powerful. In fact, all across ancient Greece, the games came to symbolize unity. And according to legend, the credit for these illustrious games all goes to a prince named Pelops. Pelops' extraordinary adventures are a staple of classic Greek and later Roman texts. His first notable mention is in Homer's Iliad, written sometime in the 8th century BCE. In the 5th century BCE, his story developed in the works of important lyricists like Pindar and the so-called father of tragedy himself, Aeschylus. But the story these ancient writers tell isn't the straightforward heroic epic you might expect for the founder of the Olympics. Pelops' story is fraught with strange, disturbing twists and turns that make his final role as a harbinger of unity truly impressive and poignant. Those twists and turns go all the way back to Pelops' youth in the grand ancient holdings of his father, Tantalus, a mortal son of Zeus and king in Anatolia. It was a balmy summer day, and a soft, gentle breeze wafted through the palace halls. But Pelops' mood was not so mild. In fact, his heart was racing, and not just because he was running from courtyard to courtyard looking for his father. He had an important announcement to make today.
Father, there you are. I wanted to talk to you. I've been thinking.
What a wonderful development.
I've honed my skills with a sword and spear, my skills with a chariot. I want to go out into the world, face vicious monsters, and prove my worth. I want to be a hero. I'm getting too old to sit in the palace eating dates with you.
Too old for me. Am I so boring?
No, of course not, Father.
Obviously, you won't be beating any challenges with rhetoric.
And don't think I haven't been watching you practice your fighting. I'll tell you when you're ready to slay a monster. It's not today.
Pelops stared at his father, feeling Tantalus's words sink in like daggers to the chest. He felt his face turning red. He turned his heel abruptly and leapt briskly, almost at a run. He wouldn't let his father see him cry. Pelops had been prepared for this announcement for weeks, and he was never so tongue-tied with anyone else. Tantalus just knew how to make him fumble. It was maddening. Anyway, if his father hated him so much, why did he care if he left? Surely they'd both be happier with Pelops far from the palace, far from Anatolia. Ever since Mother had died, their home had felt desolate and cold. She hadn't made Tantalus kind, but she'd been kind enough for two. Her love had cushioned the blow of Tantalus's cruelty, and she'd been good at distracting him. Now there was no cushion, no distractions, just the jibes and the mockery. More than anything, Pelops wished to sail out into the Mediterranean and stop on some distant island. He didn't care if there was a monster to slay there or a quest waiting. He just wanted out. Pelops ran all the way out of the palace and into the city streets, where the rushing chaos of city life calmed him. He was a prince, the grandson of Zeus. Whatever his father said, he'd find a way to be something, do something. If not today, soon. Tantalus stood staring at a fountain in his courtyard, turning a gold coin over in his hand. His stomach was writhing. It was just too frustrating. Pelops was such an average boy. Surely it couldn't be Tantalus's fault. He was the son of Zeus, a mighty king, wealth beyond imagining, a frequent guest on Mount Olympus, home of the gods. Unfortunately, that was where the gods' consideration for Tantalus ended. They were so damned superior, always asking his opinion on mortal affairs, and then laughing at his answers. When he was a boy, Zeus used to sit down with him to play a game, and then use magic to win every time. As a lesson, he'd said. Well, Tantalus had learned something all right. He'd learned that gods were not superior to mortals. They just cheated. Someone had to teach them a lesson. Tantalus hurled his coin into the fountain in frustration. He was so close to the respect he craved, yet it was always just out of reach. He could almost taste it. Taste. Why did the word conjure his father's face before his mind? Zeus was always going on about the gods' superior palates. He claimed that they appreciated the flavor of meats in a way no human tongue could. Tantalus had always dismissed it as nonsense. It wasn't the gods' palates that were unusual, it was their appetites. He doubted Zeus would know the difference between wild boar and another kind of meat. Suddenly, Tantalus's lips curled into a wicked smile. He had just had the most horrible thought, a disgusting, wicked, evil, wonderful idea, something that would solve all his problems at once. He would shame the gods and prove that he was their equal, and as an added benefit, he would rid himself of his embarrassment of a son. But first, he had some cooking to do.
Servants, send someone to the market and ready a messenger for Olympus. We're going to host a feast the gods will never forget.
Pelops came home that afternoon to a strange scene. He'd never seen the royal palace so bustling. Normally, his father kept a quiet hall. He was so snappy at anyone who disturbed him that the servants never risked making noise. Clearly, today was an exception. But the strangest detail of all was the cluster of servants near the kitchen door, whispering with wide eyes. Pelops pulled one of them aside and demanded an explanation. He was shocked by the answer. Apparently, his father had invited the gods for a feast, and he was cooking the meal himself. Pelops narrowed his eyes. This was bizarre. His father could barely be bothered to lift grapes to his own mouth. Despite that horrible talk this morning, he had to go into the kitchen and investigate this spontaneous feast.
Father, you're cooking? Why?
Unfortunately for Pelops, the kitchen was the last place he should have gone. Within minutes of entering the door, he found himself facing down a butcher's knife in his father's hands. Coming up, Pelops finds himself on the chopping block. Listeners, have you heard the eerie new podcast, Superstitions? Every Wednesday, explore the varying beliefs people around the world fear and follow in this mystifying series from Parcast. You do not want to miss it. Each week, step inside stories that illustrate the horror, weirdness, and truth behind humanity's strangest codes of conduct. Why do black cats represent witchcraft? What's the point of carrying a rabbit's foot around with you? And how come certain films seem cursed and others don't? Each new episode of Superstitions presents a story that unlocks the mysteries of unorthodox traditions and surreal phenomena. They may seem cryptic or illogical or completely insane, but then again, do they? Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Superstitions, free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Now back to the story. Tantalus stared into his broiling pots with a delighted grin, bloody knife in hand, and the remains of his special slab of meat still on the butcher's block. This sort of murder was normally considered unforgivable. He felt a slight nausea rise in his throat as he walked to a basin and started scrubbing his palms, and his grin faded. Blood swirled in the bowl. But it was better this way. The boy would have just been a disappointment to himself as well as his father. Eventually, he would have realized he wasn't cut out to be a hero or a king. This way, he went to good use. He didn't live in vain. In fact, Tantalus felt a twinge of affection stir in his heart as the last tendrils of blood washed off his hands and disappeared into the murky waters of the basin. Really, he'd never loved his son more. His sacrifice would secure his father's legacy forever. The gods would feast, and then Tantalus would reveal the truth, claiming his place as their equal. As evening approached, the gods descended from Olympus, some in their chariots, some on wings in animal form, Iris on the back of her rainbow. The last golden light of day caught on golden adornments, feathers, and sumptuous fabrics. It illuminated faces so beautiful they were almost blinding. It was a glorious sight, but one that only made Tantalus more eager to begin. Last to arrive was Zeus, in all his familiar, regal, laughing beauty. For the briefest moment, Tantalus felt a glimmer of hesitation. Surely it was folly to attempt to fool such unparalleled creatures. But it was too late to turn back now, and he wouldn't if he could. This was his chance, his opportunity to show his father that he was as mighty as any Olympian.
Gods, welcome to my home, a lowly mortal palace, and yet I'm honored to show you to my table tonight and serve you the best food my realm has to offer. I a king in my own right, have spent the day slaving in the kitchen like a common servant, all to offer you something from my own heart, my own sweat, my own blood.
Son, no need to be so formal. You know we love feasting with our favorite mortals. We haven't seen you on Olympus enough lately.
Ah, yes. I love nothing more than coming to Olympus, but the work of a king, it can't be done too much. But, as you said, now is the time to eat and be merry. Please, everyone, sit.
And so the glorious feast began, first with wine and bread and figs, and then with fowl arrayed in fragrant sauces. The gods ate heartily, their appetites greater than any mortal stomachs could contain. The evening grew rowdy. The wine kept flowing. In fact, Zeus was so jovial, he wanted to spread the mirth.
Tantalus, tell us, where's my grandson? Pelops must be a man now. He's welcome to dine with the Olympians. Call him to the table.
Oh, my son. I would certainly call him, except I can't. You see, he's out training. Deep in the local forest, far from here. Like so many youths, He's determined to go on adventures.
Zeus stared thoughtfully at Tantalus. He looked like he was about to press further. Tantalus felt a torrent of disjointed excuses rush to his tongue. But then the god simply shrugged and went back to draining his wine. When his cup was once again empty, he turned away from Tantalus and towards Athena, who sat by his side. As always, choosing the company of Olympians over his own son. But Tantalus wouldn't be distracted by those thoughts. He surveyed the room, a sly smile growing across his face. Nerves were starting to eat at him, but what could go wrong now, with whole casks of wine in the gods' bellies and the mood so merry? Now was the moment. He gestured at a servant waiting behind his chair.
Bring in the stew.
The servant dutifully brought out the steaming dish Tantalus had spent so much time and effort preparing. The aroma of the spices, so strategically applied, filled the air and covered the scent of the meat beneath.
What an interesting dish, my son. It has a strange scent to it. What have you served us?
It's a favorite dish here in my kingdom, Zeus. The tenderest meat you've ever tasted, the most flavorful. I know you will love it. Please, take a bite. Try it.
So, you urge me to eat this dish?
Of course, please, eat. You won't be disappointed. Is there something wrong?
For shame! To think you are my son! To serve such a disgusting dish! Do you think I cannot tell what's in this bowl? Do you think us fools?
Mighty Zeus, there must be some mistake. It's simply stew, with a delicious wild boar.
You have stepped far beyond your station, far beyond what the gods would ever accept, from any mortal. You, out of all of them, you should have known better.
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps one of my servants
You
brought the
ate
wrong
with
kind
us a
of meat.
million times on Olympus, had the privilege of tasting our ambrosia.
I assure you, whatever crime you think I
And
committed...
now you've served us your own son!
In a swift, furious clatter of motion, the gods rose to their feet, towering over the table. Their robes seemed to billow with energy. Their eyes glowed like burning arrows. Artemis brought her hand to her bow, Ares to his sword, and every mouth in the room twisted with terrifying rage. They'd come to eat and drink. Instead, they'd been insulted. They knew this was more than a disgusting meal. It was a sign that Tantalus thought he was above them, that he could fool them. Zeus stared down Tantalus, who stood frozen under those burning eyes, desperately trying to think of something, anything that could get him out of this. With every moment, he seemed to shrink as Zeus grew and grew. The god's expression darkened. Lightning crackled in his eyes. His hands rose up like the branches of some ancient tree. A great wind swept through the room, building in strength around Tantalus. He felt his sandals lift off the floor. Amidst the terrible gusts, Zeus's voice rose like a force of nature.
We will not show you mercy. Tantalus, my own son, I banish you to Hades and to a cursed feast of my making. You'll stand in a pool of water, thirsty but unable to drink. Your hands will reach for the boughs above you, laden with beautiful fruit, but you will never be able to reach them. You'll stand there, ravenous, parched, trapped, forever.
The gods watched quietly, many of them grinning, as their host writhed at the center of Zeus's rabid winds. Tantalus wailed, his clothes ripping to shreds, and a moment later, he vanished. But as the last gust of wind carried away their murderous host, the gods were left looking at those appalling bowls of stew. What to do with them? Fortunately, Zeus had a solution for that, too. Pelops felt like his head had been filled with soot. Even his eyelids were too heavy to move. But slowly, sensation was flooding his body. He felt something cold and hard beneath him. He was lying on a marble floor, and something shining through the dark fog crowding his head. Light. There was light on the other side of his eyelids. Slowly, laboriously, Pelops gathered his will and forced his eyes open. He was lying on the floor of his father's hall, surrounded by the gods of Mount Olympus. He sat up slowly. What was he doing here? He couldn't remember. Everything felt so vague, like his mind had been coated in heavy mist. Then a crackle of fire snapped near his ear, and like sunlight slicing through fog, it all came flooding back. The argument in the morning, the kitchen in the afternoon, the butcher's knife in his father's hands, the searing pain, the spouting blood. Then the banks of the river Styx, the mists of the underworld. Pelops's heart raced at the memory. His body tingled. It was impossible. And yet, with the gods, anything was possible. After his own murder, he was once again alive.
Grandson, you awaken. Excellent. I do. But how did this happen? Who can I thank for bringing me back? The Moirai. The three fates have set your father's crimes right. They collected each bowl of his stew, brewed it with their time weaving, and recovered you from Hades. And my father? Is he alive? He has taken your place in the underworld, where he'll suffer grievously for what he's done. But you shall live, good as new, or almost good as new. Demeter was a bit distracted by the recent loss of her daughter, and took a bite of the stew before realizing what was in it. It seems she ate your shoulder. She did? But never fear, she's given you an ivory shoulder, a very fine replacement.
Pelops, overwhelmed and confused, stared up at the jovial god. He slowly allowed himself to smile back. Then he dragged himself up off the floor, one limb at a time, and turned to the Moirai, three hooded female figures standing amongst the gods. Pelops bowed. The Moirai laughed kindly at the confused young man. They took his arms and led him toward his father's empty seat at the table. The drama of the evening had been quite satisfactory. Clotho especially was pleased with how it had gone. As the life-giving fate, she had played the largest role in recovering this lost youth. But now the work was done. It was time to eat, drink, and be merry. But one Olympian was watching Pelops closer than the others. Poseidon had been hanging back throughout the entire ordeal, but now that the youth was alive again, he could not look away. He observed the confusion and vulnerability in the youth's beautiful, open face, and as he did, he almost felt a heartbeat skip in his own immortal chest. The way a red flush colored into the prince's pale cheeks at the sight of the gods. The way his hair fell so perfectly on his shoulders. But it was when Pelops started to smile that Poseidon realized that there was only one path forward. He had to have the prince for his own. Coming up, Pelops finds that being alive doesn't necessarily mean getting his life back. Now, back to the story. In the wake of Tantalus's deception and Pelops's rebirth, the gods of Mount Olympus got right back to feasting. The slaughter and rebirth of the boy were nothing to them but an amusement that had passed. For Pelops, however, it was harder to laugh off what he'd been through. He couldn't have been more grateful or happier to be rescued by the gods. But the prince was still reeling from his father's betrayal and the fact that the only family he had left was now in Hades. So Pelops was relieved when Poseidon leaned over and suggested they get some fresh air somewhere quieter.
I noticed that you didn't quite seem to be in the mood to celebrate. I'm not surprised. You've had a strange day.
Yes, the strangest.
Tell me about it, Pelops.
Words hardly seem adequate. I keep expecting my father to appear and scold me for dining with the gods. I still can't believe that he's gone. Forever. He was cruel, but...
He was still your father.
Yes. He was the one constant in my life. Since my mother died, I've always felt that I had to prove something to him.
And now there's nothing to prove. Or at least no one to prove it to.
Exactly. I always wanted to slay monsters, win battles, and accomplish mighty feats. But now, without my father to stop me, I can. And yet...
You're still young, Pelops. You've been through a lot today. You'll find your path, your own path. Not the one Tantalus set you on. In the meantime, you just need some time and space to think and rest, away from all this madness.
You're right. I think that would help.
If you'd like, I have just the place. You can come with me to my palace deep beneath the sea, and when you're ready, you'll return to the world of mortals, renewed for whatever adventures you choose to pursue.
Pelops turned to Poseidon with a shy, appreciative smile. It felt strange to be treated so kindly. Poseidon proffered his hand, and Pelops took it without hesitation. From a balcony in the palace high above, the Moirai watched as the pair ascended the palace steps and headed toward the river. Clotho turned towards her sisters and sighed.
It seems that we have given the youth his life back, only to watch a greedy god steal it once again.
Clotho was right. Poseidon's cavernous palace at the bottom of the Mediterranean was beautiful. It was made of coral and gems, and more lovely than anything Pelops had ever seen. Even after a life of luxury as a wealthy prince, Everywhere, there were graceful statues, so lifelike they looked like real people that had been frozen in time. And Pelops, amongst all that splendor, quickly grew lonely. He wasn't lonely the way he'd been in Tantalus's palace. There he'd had a few friends and allies amongst the servants and in the city, even if his father remained distant. Here he felt Poseidon's affection, but even spending time as the lover of a god was not completely fulfilling, especially with Poseidon always leaving the palace, ruling over the sea. And there was no one else, just those strange statues and the constant rush of water. Back on land, at least he'd been free to wander the streets and take in the bustling life around him, but there was no leaving Poseidon's palace, and when the sea god was gone, no one to talk to but the fish. Poseidon had said the tranquility here would help Pelops find his path, but the longer Pelops spent in Poseidon's palace and in the god's arms, the foggier his dreams of life amongst mortals became. He wasn't sure how much time was passing, but he knew that each day he had less energy. Some days he struggled to find the motivation to crawl out of Poseidon's bed. As time wore on, a dark thought formed in Pelops's increasingly muddled brain. Perhaps the Moirai had not really fully brought him back to life. Perhaps a part of him had somehow been left behind in that cauldron of stew, the energetic, determined part. Perhaps it had been embedded in his shoulder. He still felt enough energy to be appalled at the thought. He wanted to be alive, the way he'd been before. Pelops stared wistfully out at the waves, hope draining from his young frame, as Poseidon whispered soft, sweet words into his ear. Every phrase melded with the constant thrum of the sea god's waters like a lullaby. And Pelops sunk deeper into his ennui. When helpless tears streamed down Pelops's cheeks, Poseidon smiled, brushed them aside, and kissed him again.
Why do I feel like this, Poseidon? So empty.
It's because of love, Pelops. That's all. Love is not easy for mortals. It can feel quite strange at first. But isn't it the most important thing there is? The most valuable?
It is. A gift. A precious gift.
If you feel yourself slipping away beneath the waves, know that's nothing compared to the anguish I would feel if I lost you.
Pelops nodded, sinking slowly, languorously back into the god's bed. Poseidon was strong and gentle, a beguiling combination in any partner. Perhaps this was what loving a god felt like. Time passed at the bottom of the ocean until one day something broke the pattern. Poseidon was out amongst the waves, but Pelops heard something. It wasn't the endless, lulling sound of water, nor was it Poseidon's confident footsteps returning. These were footsteps, but soft, like a dancer's. They seemed to inspire the entire empty palace to echo, almost to sing. Pelops felt the sensation of curiosity run through his body for the first time since he'd left land, which led to surprise, again a now unfamiliar emotion. He started to run, not sure where he was going or what he was looking for, until he found her. It was Clotho, the Moirai who'd brought him back to life. She was standing before a window overlooking the depths of the sea. She turned, fixing him with her piercing gaze.
Pelops, you found me.
Clotho, what a wonderful surprise. No one ever comes down to our palace.
Our palace? So, you feel at home here, Pelops?
I live here.
Pelops, I'm not staying long, but I decided I had to come here and speak to you. The gods on Mount Olympus have forgotten you. or they chuckle when they think of you down here in Poseidon's web and shrug. But when I dragged you from that cauldron for a second chance at life, it was so you could live. Do you call this living?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You haven't been feeling sluggish? Drained?
Well, I suppose, yes. That does sort of describe it. How did you know?
Pelops, really? You're being dense. Have you not thought about what it means to be down here, boy? How Poseidon's domain might not be meant for a mortal like you?
So you think I feel this haze, this inertia, because I'm mortal, stuck in a god's world?
Yes, Pelops. If you learned anything from your father's betrayal, it should have been that mortals are never playing the same game as the gods, because the gods make the rules. To the Olympians, mortals are here to be used, nothing more.
Well, Demeter did eat my shoulder.
Gods above, Pelops. Trust me when I say I am not the one playing games with you. You are free to stay here, wrapped in Poseidon's lulling waves, another beautiful statue in his halls. Or you could listen to the prophecy I have for you.
Please, go ahead.
An oracle has told King Enemeus of Pisa that he will be killed by his own son-in-law. So, to avoid that fate, he's locked away his daughter Hippodamia, killing all her suitors and forcing her to be his own lover.
The Moirai must be displeased that he's trying to thwart fate.
We're not worried. Fate will always triumph. More to the point, I think fate calls your name here. If you do want to return to the mortal realm where you can be your own man, consider these words and find your place in them.
I certainly feel for Princess Hippodamia. If my father knew I would be the death of him, he probably would have locked me away too.
Well, that's a start. Consider your path carefully, and you'll find your way. But I had better go before Poseidon arrives and kicks me out for meddling with his plaything. Just remember, even if you're living amongst gods, you're mortal, and you only have one life.
Pelops stood staring after the Moirai. For the first time since he'd come down to the bottom of the sea, the wheels in his brain started to turn. How had he failed to see it? The fog, the lethargy, he'd been drifting into oblivion, and Poseidon hadn't cared. Poseidon had been happy. Poseidon had encouraged his ennui with those sweet-sounding whispers. They were like magic. Because Poseidon didn't want Pelops to be happy or fulfilled or to find his path in the mortal world. Poseidon wanted Pelops, period, for himself, trapped at the bottom of the sea forever. Clotho was right. He had to get out, back to land, back to life, back to his own destiny. Even if it meant defying a god, just like his father before him. Thanks again for tuning into Mythology. We'll be back Tuesday with a new episode. Find out what happens when Pelops turns against his immortal lover in favor of a human princess. You can find more episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify. If you enjoy Mythology, you'll love my other podcast, Tales. Tales presents fairy tales the way they were originally told, orally and unadulterated. Traditional fairy tales aren't exactly suitable for children, and every Wednesday we dive into another dark, classic tale. We'll be back next week with the conclusion of this epic story. Mythology is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Brian Golub, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Mythology was written by Nora Battelle, with writing assistance by Andrew Kelleher. Fact-checking by Claire Cronin and research by Adriana Gomez and Nikki Taylor. The amazing cast of voice actors includes Tom Bauer, Bill Butts, and Tiana Camacho. I'm Vanessa Richardson. Bad omens, good fortune, pure luck. Take a closer look at what you believe in and follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Superstitions. New episodes air weekly, every Wednesday. Listen free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Something to note, all myths have many versions and variations. For this episode, we've selected those we felt are the most dramatic and entertaining and supplemented them with additional research into Greek traditions. Our myths may not always be the version you're familiar with, but we hope you'll enjoy them. A warning, this episode features discussions of sexual coercion, incest, and murder. Listener discretion is advised, especially for listeners under 13. Pelops had never moved so fast. It was as if the gods themselves were pulling him forward. The wind whipped at his hair. His hands felt numb from clutching the reins of the chariot. Foam frothed from his horses' mouths, and yet they sped faster and faster. And still, despite all that, the other chariot was pulling further ahead. King Enemeus seemed to have superhuman skill as a charioteer, even though he was a mere mortal, and Pelops, the grandson of Zeus. Pelops squinted through the rushing wind, his heart pounding in his throat. If he lost this race, he'd lose everything: the princess, his freedom, and his head. He couldn't afford that, not after fighting so hard, not after the Moirai had given him a second chance at life, and leaving Poseidon had given him a third. He had to keep going, keep driving, get this horse to move faster. But as Pelops cracked his whip yet again and felt blood seep out of his palms where he clutched his reins, and still couldn't seem to close the distance, something strange started to happen ahead in King Enemeus's chariot. One of its rear wheels was starting to wiggle. Pelops couldn't understand how or why as he squinted through the wind, trying to see what was troubling the wheel. But he did know one thing: he was finally gaining on the king. Welcome to Mythology, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we present dramatic stories from ancient mythology and explore their origins. I'm your host and narrator, Vanessa Richardson. You can find all episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Today, we're exploring the story of Pelops, the mythical founder of the Olympics. But before he made that name for himself, he lived through a series of dangerous, disturbing challenges. Last week, we met him as a young man who faced murder by his own father, resurrection by the three fates, and seduction by Poseidon himself. This week, we'll follow him as he sets out to leave his immortal lover and find his own destiny. Coming up, Pelops faces the wrath of Poseidon by breaking up with him. Poseidon sat on a throne carved of coral and decked with pearls at the center of an empty hall. His face was like stone, still, cold, terribly beautiful. His hands, gripping the arms of his seat, were like marble vices, and his eyes stared straight ahead as if penetrating 1,000,000 miles of dark, salty sea. But for all his silence, he wasn't alone. On his knees before the god, head bowed and supplicant, was Pelops. He'd been there for what felt like ages, waiting. Pelops had said his piece. He'd explained that he was grateful for Poseidon's love and his time beneath the sea, that he had loved the god too, and still did, but that now it was time to break out of the water and back into human time itself. He'd expected Poseidon to erupt like the powerful ocean he was. He'd been ready to face that rage bravely and staunchly, and perhaps eventually calm the god. Instead, the god had gone still and cold, more iceberg than roiling sea. Pelops's legs were numb from kneeling, his neck was cramped, and yet what could he do? As long as he was under the water, Poseidon had all the power. Pelops continued to kneel. His mind started to wander along the currents of the waves humming outside the room. And then he started to feel his heart beat faster, almost like a reminder. Clotho's words floated back.
Mortals are never playing the same game as the gods, because the gods make the rules.
Pelops almost gasped. This was another game, or rather the same game he'd been playing since getting trapped in Poseidon's web. He couldn't just bow to the inertia. Before he could second-guess himself, Pelops pushed himself off the floor and looked directly into the sea god's cold, distant eyes.
I'm leaving.
Then Pelops turned on his heel. He walked quickly down the long, echoey length of the hall. But as he reached the door, a sound he'd never expected to hear today stopped him in his tracks. Pelops turned around in astonishment to see Poseidon laughing.
Oh, Pelops, you are a stubborn little beauty. So determined. That's why I like you. Of course, it's why I'm losing you. You've broken through my spells, my lullabies, and my whispers. The soft chant of my waves. You're actually rather like that dreadful father of yours, challenging a god. But you've done it much more charmingly.
Poseidon rose from his throne in a fluid motion and almost floated down the hall towards Pelops. He reached out a hand.
This was always a temporary affair anyway. Like all my affairs with mortals, I'll need another lover soon. And you've won your freedom through sheer determination.
Poseidon, you're being so kind.
Well, you played my game well. If ever there were a mortal who deserved to go and win a few challenges on land and become a king or some such, it's you. Come on, I'll give you a chariot to get back to the shore, and it may come in handy for whatever tests you face next.
With that, the lovers, hand in hand, ascended to the top of the palace, where Poseidon kissed Pelops goodbye, and the befuddled young man entered his new chariot. Pelops felt more confused about the gods than ever as his chariot ascended. He remembered those ominous threats Poseidon had whispered in his ear about what he'd do if he ever lost his lover. But apparently the god had changed his mind. He was free to go, with an Olympian's chariot for his own, too. Finally, he could seize life fully, confidently, as he wanted to do, something he hadn't been able to do in Poseidon's world or his father's world before that. The palace of King Enomaus seemed like the perfect place to start it all. After all, as Clotho had explained, there was a princess there that needed rescuing. And as a newly freed prince, Pelops knew he was just the one to do it. Pelops thought he had never been happier as he arrived in Pisa, King Animeus's city. The king might be wicked, but his holdings were thriving. The market was lively. The streets were chaotic. The men and women were strong and cheerful. Smells and sounds clamored for attention. Pelops couldn't help grinning at everyone he passed. There was so much life here. It was magnificent. He could have simply driven his cart through the city for hours. He was so delighted by the sights. But in most cities, all roads eventually lead to the palace, and Pisa was no exception. In contrast to the bustling city, King Animeus's palace was quiet. Its tall gates stood open, but the guards outside looked somber and unwelcoming. What caught Pelops's attention most of all, however, was what he saw beyond the gates. A young woman was walking quietly around the palace garden. Her face was beautiful, but even from a distance, Pelops could see that it was twisted with sadness. Her brow was furrowed, her mouth turned down, and her neck bent towards the ground as if it carried a terrible weight. In an instant, he knew this was Princess Hippodamia. The gates were open. She could have walked right out to Pelops, to the city beyond, wherever she wanted to go. But Pelops knew better than that. He knew how walls were not always visible, and the highest ones were almost always in the mind. Hippodamia bent down to pluck a poppy. She closed her sad eyes as she smelled the blood-red flower. Pelops's heart felt like it might burst. He planned to rescue her ever since Clotho told him her story, that her father held her hostage as his lover, that he treated her thus because of a prophecy which claimed her future husband would kill him. But now, after seeing Hippodamia in the flesh, Pelops's resolve hardened. He no longer had a choice. He had to challenge King Animeus, and he had to win.
Guards, I'd like to speak to the king. Where might I find him?
The guards gestured him forward, through the gates and towards the palace. Pelops paused as he passed near Hippodamia, but she didn't turn towards him and wandered farther off into the trees. So he pressed on towards the palace doors, then down its long halls, and finally into the throne room. Pelops walked through the hall, full of its finely dressed courtiers and bowing servants, and straight to the throne at the head of the room. The palace, while grand, had none of the splendor of Poseidon's, and King Animeus had none of the sea god's majesty. The thought gave him courage as he came to a halt, and with a bow addressed the king.
King Animeus, I am Pelops, son of Tantalus, grandson of Zeus, and a prince in my own right. I come before you with a simple request, the hand of your daughter.
Another prince looking for a bride. How new. Well, I never turn away a worthy suitor outright. But naturally, there's a challenge.
Of course. Not just any man would be worthy of such a daughter as yours.
Ah, well, at least you have the right sense of things.
I do.
Well, then, I'm sure you've heard I'm quite the charioteer. We'll have a chariot race. If you win, Hippodamia's hand is yours. If you lose, I'll cut off your head.
Is that not a slightly uneven penalty?
Well, her previous suitors were fine with it. Come, where are my slaves? Show the prince how the other boys paid.
With that, a servant pulled a cord, drawing up an embroidered curtain hanging behind the king's throne. On the other side was a terrible sight. The heads of 13 men were suspended there, hanging on cords from the vaulted ceiling like appalling baubles. Pelops thought he might be sick. He stumbled backward a few steps and glanced around him at the courtiers and the servants, who all looked away, ashamed at their king, but afraid to say a word. Then Pelops looked back at Enemaeus, whose face was twinkling with cheery amusement.
There, now you understand the stakes. Are you still interested in my daughter's hand? There's no shame in turning around now. I've heard tell of your recent adventures, boy. You have every right to preserve your life, somewhere far away from here.
Pelops stood silent for a moment, fighting his nausea and staring into the king's face with wide eyes. This man was no Poseidon, but he was strong in his own way, clearly an impressive charioteer. It would be more difficult to defeat him than Pelops might have hoped. But he wouldn't give up now. He couldn't let the doubts his father had planted in his mind keep blooming. Not now. Not when Tantalus was long gone, stuck in Hades. He would use his wit as best he could. In combination with his strength, he'd find the inner resolve to drive faster than any suitor had ridden his chariot before. And then, God's willing, he would win. If he lost, well, at least he'd go down fighting for freedom. After all, this was what he had always wanted. A challenge fit for a hero.
I accept your race, Enemaeus.
Coming up, Pelops' resolve is put to the test. Listeners, have you heard the eerie new podcast, Superstitions? Every Wednesday, explore the varying beliefs people around the world fear and follow in this mystifying series from Parcast. You do not want to miss it. Each week, step inside stories that illustrate the horror, weirdness, and truth behind humanity's strangest codes of conduct. Why do black cats represent witchcraft? What's the point of carrying a rabbit's foot around with you? And how come certain films seem cursed and others don't? Each new episode of Superstitions presents a story that unlocks the mysteries of unorthodox traditions and surreal phenomena. They may seem cryptic or illogical or completely insane, but then again, do they? Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Superstitions, free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Now back to the story. Pelops had one day to prepare for his chariot race with King Enemaeus, and as he ran out of the king's palace, he was determined to make good use of it. The stakes couldn't have been higher. Princess Hippodamia's freedom was on the line, as was his head. And there was another problem. Pelops wasn't exactly in the best shape of his life after all the time he'd spent lounging around Poseidon's palace. His once flat stomach had become noticeably less solid. He needed to get to Pisa's best gym immediately. At first, Pelops put down his head and got to work. He began to warm up his muscles slowly, as he'd learned as a boy. He strapped on weights to make the exercises harder. He began to feel creaks and aches, but he kept going, kept moving, and slowly the movements began to flow. While there was no denying he'd lost some of his strength, Pelops felt more focused than he'd ever been while training back in Anatolia under his father's cruel, watchful eye. His movements were more graceful, as if some part of that quiet, constant flow of Poseidon's ocean had seeped its way into his muscles while he lay beneath the waves, as if they'd made his body more supple, if not exactly larger or more muscular. But for all his focus, Pelops couldn't help but notice the small crowd gathering around him as he worked. They stood with arms crossed. Some nodded thoughtfully and appreciatively at an artful move, but others looked grim. They shook their heads and sighed or chuckled at the disappointing irony that this was today's hero. As Pelops paused his exercises to examine his horses and chariot and get the rig set up for some rounds of driving, one of those grim spectators came up to his horses and started stroking the beast.
So you're King Adamea's latest challenger, are you? Come to rescue the princess?
I am. I'm Pelops, son of Tantalus and a grandson of Zeus.
Well, that's nice. Hopefully you'll have the luck of the gods on your side. Well, let's see how you drive this rig. After all, you're facing an athletic contest, not a pedigree contest.
Pelops scowled at the athlete beside him, trying to keep his mind on that strong flow he'd felt just moments before, and off his father's old taunts, that he was a mediocre athlete, that he'd never amount to anything. He already had amounted to something. He'd stood up to a god, and unlike his father, he'd survived the effort. But the athlete wasn't wrong. This contest would go to the best charioteer. With a nervous glance at the spectators, he mounted his chariot, guided the horses to the hippodrome outside the gym, and began to drive. Pelops started slowly, getting a feel for the track, for the horses, whom he'd never raced before, for the way the chariot creaked and swayed with every step the horses took. Then he started driving them faster and faster. He was shocked. His body swayed with his rig like they were born together. That same flow he'd felt while working out on the floor, it was helping him here. He kept going. He felt the wind start to sting his face. His eyes could only see the track. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else existed. It was him, his chariot, his horses, and the road in front of them. There was a turn coming up, the most dangerous part of a chariot racing course. For a moment, Pelops felt his focus falter. He felt the strain of his tired, weak arms. But then he snapped around the bend with perfect precision and speed and drew his horses to a slow halt. The watching athletes exploded into cheers. That had been beautifully done. Pelops might be rather small, his muscles undeveloped, his gut less than firm, but he could drive a chariot. Pelops, turning towards the onlookers, broke into a grin. He had done that well. He knew he had. But then that same grim-looking athlete stepped forward from the crowd. He smiled at Pelops sadly.
You're good, boy. You are. I see that.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
I said you're good. Unfortunately, I've watched King Adameus train, and there's a reason he beat every suitor who ever came for his daughter's hand. There's a reason he sets a chariot race as his test. He's better.
Pelops stared at the man before him and swallowed. He wanted to lash out, to say this was intimidation and it wouldn't work, but he could see that the man was sincere. This was no scare tactic. He was facing one of the best charioteers in the world tomorrow, and while Pelops was a decent athlete, even a good one, whatever his father used to say, he couldn't claim that title. He'd just have to hope that the gods' favor, Poseidon's carriage, and sheer determination would be enough to carry him through. But for someone watching quietly from the back of the crowd of athletes, hope had long ago run dry. Princess Hippodamia had slipped down to the gym to watch her father's latest challenger train, as she always did. She'd been hopeful about this one when he stepped out onto the floor to warm up. Despite his unimpressive physique, he looked promising in other ways, handsome, princely, and there was kindness in the way he carried himself. Plus, she'd heard the stories of Pelops, of his resurrection by the fates, of his sojourn under the sea with Poseidon, which he'd apparently escaped. If nothing else, he was surely determined. Unfortunately, none of the stories mentioned his prowess as a charioteer, and now she saw why. He wasn't bad, but that wasn't good enough, not when he was going up against her father. Hippodamia slipped quietly away from the crowd around a corner of the gym and threw herself onto a pile of hay bales sitting there, waiting for the athletes' horses. The prickles of the bale stabbed into her soft palms, and swallowing the lump in her throat, she pressed them deeper. For years she'd been waiting, and her hope that this time things would go differently, that this time the suitor would somehow beat her father. That hope was gone. She saw the facts, and once again they spelled doom, for Pelops and for her. She stood up and began to pace. She paced and paced until afternoon faded into a pastel sunset, and the athletes packed their bags for home. She paced until her father's charioteer, Myrtilus, got nervous alerts from the gym's attendants. They were trying to leave for home, too, but the princess looked unwell. She paced until Myrtilus hurried down to the gym. He took her arm and gently led her inside to the little office he kept there. Myrtilus offered the princess a glass of wine and a warm slice of bread, and then he took her hand in both of his.
Hippodamia, I know this is agonizing. Seeing another doomed suitor fall into the same trap. If only I could challenge your father. I'm a charioteer. I know how he rides. I might actually beat him.
But he knows that too. He would never accept your challenge.
And more importantly, I'm of common blood. I have no right to your hand anyway.
Hippodamia just looked away. She wanted out so badly, but every idea felt like a dead end. She couldn't run away. She wouldn't survive. She had no skills, and her father made sure to keep anything of value out of her hands. Her jewels were doled out like candy to a child, a few per day, and then locked away at night in his vault. She even thought of death. At least it would put the river Styx between her and her father and his grasping, bloody hands. But perhaps there was another way.
Myrtilus, you once said that you would help me at any cost. Is that still true?
Of course, princess.
Even if what I ask you to do betrays the rules of sportsmanship you hold so dear?
The rules of... What are you talking about?
There may be a way out, for me, but I need your help, and it's a big request. I need you to tamper with my father's chariot.
Myrtilus looked at Hippodamia in shock. He'd known the princess since she was still a girl. She was never one to rig a game or play a trick of any kind. Of course, her circumstances over the past few years would change anyone. This request went against every instinct he had. His pride as a charioteer, his dedication to his work and his sport. But this was Hippodamia, and he loved her.
I want to help you. I do. But I feel conflicted.
Please, Myrtilus, I know you're a sportsman, but sport is about glory and skill. And my father has twisted it into something else, something evil. You do nothing to mar your honor by helping me. Please, I beg of you. You'll have whatever you want when it's over. I'll do anything to thank you.
There is one thing that I would ask.
Anything.
I know if Pelops wins the race, you'll be his wife. That is the game. And he's a prince, a grandson of Zeus. He's fit to be your husband. But before that...
Before that?
I would lay with you for a night. Just one night.
Hippodamia's eyes widened. She loved him like a brother. The cruel irony of the request felt like a vice squeezing her lungs. How could he, when he knew what her father did to her? But she was so close to freedom, she could almost taste it. Silently, she nodded. Then she downed the last of her wine and stood to leave.
I'll leave the method to you. I don't care. Just make sure my father loses the race. After that, you'll get your reward.
Then she turned and walked back up to the palace where her father waited. Coming up, the race unfolds alongside Hippodamia's dangerous plot. Now back to the story. It was the day of the race. The chariots were at the starting line. Princess Hippodamia was amongst the courtiers at the finish line, and Myrtilus was standing nearby, with an army of groomsmen ready to tend to the horses. But Pelops wasn't thinking of the spectators, or even the princess. His eyes were on the road. His hands gripped the reins. This was his destiny. Whatever doubts he had to push away. And he was going to win or die trying. As the horn blew, the two chariots took off, building speed, and then flying down the dirt course like arrows. For a while, they were even. But then King Enemeus picked up speed as they rounded a bend, and Pelops dropped behind. No, he couldn't lose his momentum. At the next bend, he'd catch up. Pelops cracked his whip as Enemeus's wheels sprayed dirt in his face. He narrowed his focus. The path twisted, and again Pelops was behind. He gritted his teeth and bent his body into the wind, howling at his horses to move. The chariots were almost invisible to the people cheering by the roadside, but King Enemeus kept pulling further ahead. The king glanced back at his challenger, a smirk playing on his lips. He really was an extraordinary charioteer, at one with his rig, feeling its creaks and subtle bends as if he were feeling his own limbs. His chest swelled with pride and exhilaration as he turned back towards his horses and the road. But then Enemeus felt a strange quivering. That wasn't right. He'd ridden this rig 1,000 times with these horses. He'd charted this race course 1,000 times too. He knew what it should feel like. This wasn't right at all. But he was flying forward at peak speed. He couldn't stop now. He couldn't even slow. They were nearing the finish line. He just had to make it to the end. But then the ground fell out from underneath him. A short distance back, Pelops watched as the linchpins on King Enemeus's wheels seemed to melt away. The wheels wobbled and then toppled. The horses, confused and exhausted, whipped around another twist in the road. And then what remained of the king's chariot flew over the side of the path, pulling the horses down into an appalling, squealing wreck of wood, hide, and leather reins. As Pelops pulled his horses to a slow halt on the far side of the finish line, the courtiers, the princess, and Myrtilus scrambled towards the fallen chariot. Hippodamia went straight for her father and immediately began to sob. He was mangled almost beyond recognition, soaked in blood, bones poking out at strange angles. The skin on his hands was half peeled off where he grasped at his reins, and his chest was still. He was dead. Meanwhile, Myrtilus went straight for the wheels of the chariot. He quietly scraped up the wax that was melting there, where bronze linchpins should have been, and had been, before he'd replaced them in the dead of night. The courtiers whispered to one another and poked through the rubble. Slowly, they turned away from the gruesome wreckage and towards Pelops. Something had clearly been done to the cart, but if it was at the princess's bidding, and who could blame her, then it didn't make a difference. Whether through cunning or skill, the race had been won. The king was dead, and Pelops was the champion. He climbed down from his chariot, still unsure what had happened, but beaming at the adoration of the crowd. However it had happened, he'd ridden well. He'd pushed himself. He'd felt the horses and the road beneath him, and moved with them, and flown. And then he'd won the race. The princess was saved. He'd keep his head. Perhaps most important of all, his father's quiet, nagging voice, the one that always seemed to murmur in the back of his head, was finally silent. He felt its absence like a breath of fresh air coursing through his mind and body. This was freedom. But there was someone else here who had just won freedom. Pelops's face turned more serious. He walked towards Hippodamia, who was still collapsed and sobbing on the ground. He knelt beside her and lifted her wet face. Underneath the tears, there was an enormous smile.
Princess, what an honor to see you smile.
Pelops, it's over.
Hippodamia threw her arms around the prince. The crowd erupted into more cheers, and under the overwhelming sound, Pelops whispered into the princess's ear.
You are free. Your life is your own.
Come with me, away from the crowd.
Myrtilus watched as the young pair moved away from the courtiers and the wreckage of King Enemeus's chariot. He watched as they knelt quietly in the grass, and he watched as Hippodamia began to speak softly. Even through the tears, she looked more beautiful than ever before.
I am free. I feel free for the first time in many years.
That's a feeling I understand, Princess. That's why I knew I had to come here. Your situation is not the same as mine was, but I think I understood a little.
I think looking at you here, now, hearing your words, I think that you do. And I know that my father promised me to you if you won this race, but I'd like to make the offer myself, now that he's gone. I'd like to invite you to stay here and marry me, and be the king by my side.
I'd be honored if you'll have me willingly, and happily, too. I know after what you've been through.
This is my home, and finally it can really be my home. I want to be queen here. I want to rule over this land and bask in my gardens, all without that old fear. Marry me, and we'll rule over Pisa together.
Pelops kissed Hippodamia. He could already see a future with her and with little princes and princesses, a future so different from his past and hers, something beautiful, precious, and hard-won. Myrtilus, still watching, was not having the same jubilant reaction. He felt his gut churn. The prince and princess were together, just as they should be. This was the way things were supposed to end. But still, watching the young couple kiss, he was more resolute than ever. He had a reward to collect, and with sudden determination, he marched up to Hippodamia to get it.
Princess, I think you owe me something.
Hippodamia looked up at Myrtilus, and her face took on some of its old, guarded, steely sadness. She stood up to face him and took his hand.
You asked me for something impossible, Myrtilus. Perhaps because you didn't understand how impossible it was. You've been here for me through these dark years, a comfort and a relief. A brother.
I know you don't see me as a lover or a husband, and I don't ask you to. I just ask you for one night, one simple night. It's all I want. And you promised it to me.
I promised you because I had no choice, Myrtilus. Not then. I needed you. And I will never, ever forget what you did for me. I will give you lands and ships and treasure. I will bless your family and take your daughters to play alongside my own one day. If you'll have that. If you'll accept what we both know. We are family. Real family, not twisted family the way my father had it.
Myrtilus's face grew cloudy and dark. He felt something rise in his chest like a serpent, coiling, heavy, poisonous. And then it snapped out through his arm. He grabbed Hippodamia. Before she or Pelops could react, he dragged her over to a horse and seized the reins from a shocked groomsman. The princess began to kick and scream, a sound born from so much pain and anger it seemed to shake the very ground. Pelops launched his body towards Myrtilus, but he was too slow. The charioteer dragged Hippodamia onto the horse and toward the road. Pelops leaped onto another horse and took off after Myrtilus. The courtiers watched in shock as a second race began. But this one didn't last as long, because once again, Pelops got a crucial assist from Hippodamia herself. Writhing in front of Myrtilus, she slowed down the sportsman, and as the pair reached a twist in the road overlooking a craggy bluff, she bit down on his hand with all her strength. He fumbled his reins, and as he did, Pelops pulled up alongside and grabbed them out of his hands. In one chaotic moment, the trio tumbled to the ground, and the horses were gone. Pelops recovered first. He grabbed Myrtilus with all the speed and spirit he could muster, hoping against hope that it would be enough. Myrtilus was larger and almost certainly stronger. But miraculously, it was enough, because as Pelops clawed at the charioteer, the older man seemed to suddenly deflate. That serpent that had reared up and taken hold of his body dissipated. He looked old. He stopped fighting. And he started pleading.
Pelops, listen. Your victory. That was me. I was the one who sabotaged Animaeus. Princess, tell him, please.
But Pelops didn't listen, nor did Hippodamia. Together, the couple dragged the sputtering charioteer towards the edge of the cliff and pushed him over the edge.
You'll pay for this! I curse you both! I curse your house! I curse your children and all your line!
And with that, he was gone. The fight was finally over. Hippodamia and Pelops both cried, held one another, and whispered promises. The courtiers ran around the bend and said they'd start preparing the nuptial ceremonies. Not all was peaceful and joyous. Hippodamia and Pelops were wary of the curse that Myrtilus had cast as he fell to his death. But they couldn't let that ruin their happiness. They would start their dynasty anyway, confident that after what each of them had overcome, they could survive a simple curse. They did take some precautions, however, at the dawn of their rule. Pelops founded the first temple to Hermes in all of the Peloponnese, because Myrtilus was said to be a descendant of Hermes. That would help heal the wounds of the past and wipe away its curses, they hoped. Their hope was warranted. Ananias's holdings grew rapidly once the young couple took charge. Eventually, they ruled over most of the Peloponnese, and they had children who had children who had children, and a fertile, powerful lineage emerged, spreading across all of ancient Greece. Their descendants included great warriors and heroes like Heracles, Theseus, Agamemnon, and Menelaus. But simply birthing a new family tree was not enough for the couple. Pelops and Hippodamia had been through painful trials which had split their families asunder and almost broken them in the process. They craved deeper healing and renewal. So they decided to do more, to start something new, something that would bring people together, like the chariot race that brought them together. Pelops is therefore said to have founded the Olympic Games, to honor God and man, strength and strategy. Hippodamia founded the Heraia, or Women's Olympic Games. Long after they were dead and their faces were forgotten and their descendants' heroism had overshadowed their own, they were honored for those games. Even today, Pelops' name is largely remembered because of his connection to the Olympic Games, but the dark, complicated story behind the Games is often forgotten. It's a pity, because that story gives insight into a sophisticated ancient approach to the complicated idea of unity. Unity is not always the product of easy collaboration and joyful harmony, as Pelops' story shows us. It's something that we have to fight for through every trial that seeks to tear us apart, whether at the level of family or local community or global community coming together to play sports. Unity is beset on all sides at all times. Both Pelops' determination and Hippodamia's cunning were ultimately necessary to forge a new, united path out of a broken past, but together they managed it. The fact that the Olympic Games continue to this day suggests that even now, unity is possible. It's just on the other side of a new set of modern trials, which will take resolve and wit to overcome. Thanks again for tuning into Mythology. We'll be back Tuesday with a new episode. You can find more episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify. If you enjoy Mythology, you'll love my other podcast, Tales. Tales presents fairy tales the way they were originally told, orally and unadulterated. Traditional fairy tales aren't exactly suitable for children, and every Wednesday, we dive into another dark, classic tale. We'll be back next week with another epic story. Mythology is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Brian Golub, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Isabella Way. This episode of Mythology was written by Nora Battelle, with writing assistance by Andrew Kelleher, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Adriana Gomez and Mickey Taylor. The amazing cast of voice actors includes Tom Bauer, Bill Butts, and Tiana Camacho. I'm Vanessa Richardson. Bad omens, good fortune, pure luck. Take a closer look at what you believe in and follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Superstitions. New episodes air weekly, every Wednesday. Listen free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Something to note, all myths have many versions and variations. For this episode, we've selected those we felt are the most dramatic and entertaining. and supplemented them with additional research into ancient Egypt. Our myths may not be the version you're familiar with, but we hope you'll enjoy them. A warning: today's myth contains dramatizations and discussions of incest and mass murder. Please exercise caution for all listeners under 13. Deep, inky blackness surrounded him. The heavy, crushing sensation pushed in from all sides. It wasn't painful exactly. He wasn't sure what pain was, but it was unpleasant. He had never noticed it before. In fact, he had never noticed anything before. He wasn't even sure he existed before this moment, but he knew he wished to be out of this imposing abyss. Suddenly, the sensation disappeared. He felt lighter, like he was flying. He searched his thoughts, desperately trying to discover his own name. A seed began to form in the back of his mind. It grew until he couldn't contain it. He threw his head back and shouted, "Ra!" Ra's eyes shot open, light exploding all around him. It seemed to come from inside his body. The illumination revealed a roiling, angry ocean of dark water far beneath his feet. Every direction was unadulterated chaos. Walls of steel-gray clouds swirled. Rain shot upwards from the water. The sky and sea melted together and tore apart. Ra's light was the only constant. Inside that glowing orb, Ra brought order to the world. The stability within felt good. Ra was fighting the chaos. But there was something else in this realm. The gaze of another staring at him from the dark pit of the ocean. A presence beneath the roiling abyss.
Hello? Is someone there?
You have risen.
Who are you? Where am I?
I am new.
You are the ocean? This storm?
I am all of it.
Can you make it stop?
No, but you can.
At the mere thought of silencing the storm, everything changed. The waves and skies calmed. Ra looked down. He was no longer floating through the air, but instead standing on solid ground. A mountain of volcanic earth had risen from under the waters. Warm, black sand squished beneath his toes. It was the first time Ra was aware he had toes. He lifted his head and stared back into the abyss. The ocean was calm, but the oppressive darkness remained.
How am I doing this?
You are the Almighty Ra. You are God.
The words shocked Ra, but he knew they were true. He could feel the strength gathering in his soul. This world, this cosmos, was his. Welcome to Mythology, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we present dramatic stories from ancient mythology and explore their origins. I'm your host and narrator, Vanessa Richardson. You can find all episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify. Today is the first part of the story of Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun and creator of all life. Ra's existence is tied to the concept of Ma'at, a balance and order to all things, something that became increasingly more difficult the more life Ra brought into existence. Coming up, Ra creates the world. Stay with us. The story of Ra goes back thousands of years to northeastern Egypt and the very beginning of written language. Despite growing into one of the world's first superpowers, ancient Egypt had humble beginnings. What began as a handful of agrarian villages scattered alongside the banks of the Nile quickly grew into two kingdoms, one in the south and one in the north. Around 3100 BCE, the two kingdoms formed together under the rule of King Menes. For the next 3 millennia, Egypt ruled northeastern Africa, fighting off constant threats from the Nubians, the Assyrians, the Romans, and the Greeks. A polytheistic culture, the Egyptians believed that their kings, the pharaohs, were the living embodiment of the gods. Because of this, the hierarchy of the gods frequently changed over thousands of years. Typically, the god cult worshipping the current pharaoh was at the center. There were gods of war and chaos and fertility. Being a desert kingdom, there were multiple gods related to the sun, but all of the sun gods traced back to the most powerful of them all, Ra. Ra was enormously popular throughout ancient Egypt. He once gained such a widespread following that for a brief period, Egypt became a monotheistic culture. But he wasn't just the god of the sun, the most powerful of all the heavens. He was also the first god, the source of all creation. Ra walked along the sand, the burning light from within illuminating a circle around him. New sand and ash rose from the ocean with each step he took. The thought of being a god was hard to comprehend, especially when the source was a voice from the depths of the sea. But all around him, everything obeyed his commands. He brought order to the calamity. A sudden certainty washed over Ra. He turned toward the ocean.
I am here to bring balance to this world.
Indeed you are.
How did I get here? Did you summon me?
You created yourself. You spoke your own name, and there you were. There was darkness, now there is light. Ma'at requires balance.
Ma'at, in order to all things.
The thought of order overpowered Ra. He looked at the world around him, the storms and the ocean, the constant turmoil. He loathed the chaos. His gaze fell to the black, sandy island beneath him. It was solid, it was sturdy. Between the swirling storms and the abyss, it meant order. Ra was going to reclaim this realm. The chaos would reign no more. He slowly raised his hand. All around him, new sand sprang from the ocean. The island grew wider, so wide that the edges went far beyond Ra's circle. Ra could not allow that. He wanted to see how far his dominion stretched. He leapt into the sky and spread his arms. He could feel the heat build inside his body, the pool of light flowing beneath him. He could see the swath of black sand stretching to the horizon. Ra could see everything. And there wasn't much of it. There was the darkness of the never-ending ocean and his flat volcanic island. It didn't feel like balance at all. Ra stared at his little plot of land. It was his home. Of that he was certain.
Benben. My home is called Benben.
But it wasn't enough. Ra needed to do more. Ma'at required it. He wanted to go back to the ground to think. Though this heavenly light was a nice change from the oppressive blackness, he liked having it high above.
If only I could leave my light in the sky and bask in its warmth. But it is part of me, and I cannot split myself in two. Or can I? We can do whatever we want.
The voice echoed from deep within Ra. It was a piece of his own self, the pulsing light that glowed within him. The thought of separating that light from himself frightened him, for he did not know what he would be without it. But the possibilities it presented were undeniable.
The possibilities are endless. I am the master of all creation. No, we are creation itself. If I can split myself in two, then I can provide light. And I will be free to create, unfettered by darkness. We can end this chaos. I'll do it.
Ra roared and tore the very fabric of his own being. He felt the emptiness of chaos eating at him, threatening to consume him. But his resolve hardened. He split himself in two. Leaving a burning disk of light in the sky, Ra turned himself into a falcon and flew to Ben below. On the ground, he decided he liked the falcon head and kept it. He formed one single eye in the middle of his head and blinked. For the body, however, he needed something more substantial than a falcon, something sturdy and versatile. He gave himself 2 long legs, 2 arms, and a powerful torso. This body, he felt, was ideal. Other creatures should have this design. Ra felt the rush of power flow through him. He could feel the universe balance out with each decision he made. So Ra made more. He made mountains and valleys, lakes and rivers, and trees and rocks. Yet all these new creations did nothing to counter the storms that raged all around his land. The light countered the darkness, but the abyss still surrounded him. This heavenly realm was almost perfect, but it wasn't quite balanced. It was incomplete.
No! What have I missed? No! No!
But there was no reply. Ra flew into the air and looked around at his empire.
There is nothing here. I have created a vast empire of nothing. I replaced a tumultuous void with a tranquil one, but it is a void nonetheless.
A new feeling swirled in Ra's gut, a sinking in his soul. His constantly growing empire made him feel small.
Nu, where are you? Why won't you answer me? Do not abandon me. Not now.
The emptiness of the realm taunted Ra. He felt strangely hollow. He was lonely.
The opposite of nothing isn't beautiful nothing. It is life.
This is order, but this is not balance.
My art has yet to be achieved.
Ra closed his eye and focused his mind. He would fill this realm with a family. The cold indifference of the abyss would be balanced out with love and companionship. He filled his mouth with saliva and spat onto the ground. A dark, heavy cloud formed over the spit. A slow trickle of rain fell into the puddle. The trickle quickly turned into a downpour. Fog rolled in from the ocean and formed a dense, gray pillar around the puddle. Ra concentrated all his energy on the tiny storm.
Life will be the answer.
This wasn't something that could be rushed. He was crafting the perfect child. Slowly, a shape began to form within the fog. With a snap of his fingers, the pillar exploded, water rushing out in every direction. Standing in its place was a figure that looked like him, but different. The head of a lion on a similar body to Ra's. She stared down at the fingers on her hand. She looked as confused as Ra had been at the moment of his own creation.
Who am I?
You are Tefnut, goddess of the moisture in the air, the life-giving water that touches everything.
Tefnut touched the tips of her sharp fangs and flinched. She searched her body, touching her breasts and her hips. She began to panic.
What am I? Why am I like this?
Ma'at requires balance. Our bodies are opposites. I am the male form. You are a female form. You have the heart of a lion, so you have the head of one. Tefnut, look at me.
The scared little girl lifted her eyes to her father. Ra bent down to one knee.
You are home.
Tefnut took a deep breath. Her hands stopped shaking as she smiled and let out a mighty roar. She rushed to her father and wrapped him in a warm embrace. The pit in Ra's soul retreated. He could feel the love changing the very air around him. Rain began to fall. These were storms of life. The darkness was retreating, yet there was still more to be done. If Ra was to create the warm, life-giving moisture, He needed to make the hot, dry air as well. Balance in all things. Ra stood up and took a deep breath. He let out a long, slow exhale. Ra's breath stirred the sand. A small tornado formed, pulling the sand into the air. In the middle of the cyclone appeared a small boy. He had a long headdress of feathers and an ankh in one hand. The boy stepped out of the tornado, staring in awe at his father.
You, my son, are Shu. You are the god of wind and air. You will spread the seeds across the land, bringing life wherever you blow. Tefnut, Shu, you are my children. You will foster all life.
Shu looked to his sister and smiled. Tefnut reached out her hand to him. The boy took it and smiled back.
Shu, we are going to be soulmates, together forever.
Ra watched the pair chase each other in circles around the island. He was proud of what he had made, his own family. He had done it. Ma'at was fulfilled. There was order and balance in the heavenly realm. These two would sustain life, and life would counter the nothingness. Ra sat down on the ground, delighted with his own work, but weary. Creating life was surprisingly exhausting. He leaned his head against a tree and watched his children chase each other across the island. Slowly, Ra's eye closed. The sound of his children laughing lulled him to sleep. Ra stretched out his arms. He wasn't sure how long he had been asleep, but when Ra awoke, he felt refreshed. Balance in all things, Ra thought. He had worked hard. It made sense that he needed to rest. But something wasn't right. Everything was perfectly still. There was no cool breeze or warm wind. There was no sound of children running or laughing. Panicked, Ra leapt from the ground. He made the sun brighter and shot into the air.
Shu! Tefnut! Where are you?
He couldn't see them anywhere. His peace was gone. The world he had created was so vast, he had no idea where they went. They had simply disappeared. Coming up, Ra searches for his missing children. Listeners, this month marks 60 years since John F. Kennedy became the 35th President of the United States, ushering his already prominent family into the highest enclaves of political power. But behind their storied successes lie secrets and scandals so severe, if it were any other lineage, they would have been left in ruin. This January, to commemorate this iconic milestone, dig into the dramas of a real-life American dynasty in the Spotify original from Parcast, The Kennedys. This exclusive series from Spotify features your favorite Parcast hosts, including me, covering every angle of the Kennedys from shows like Conspiracy Theories, Unsolved Murders, Crime Countdown, and others. Assassinations and conspiracies, corruption and cover-ups, international affairs, and extramarital ones too. Examine all of the Kennedy family's most controversial moments, all in one place. You can binge all 12 episodes of this limited series starting on Tuesday, January 19th. Follow the Kennedys free and exclusively on Spotify. Now back to our story. Ra, all-powerful god of the universe, flew through the air, his heart racing. His children were nowhere to be found.
Shu! Tefnut! I cannot see them. Where are you?
There was no reply. Despite his light covering every inch of his world, somehow they escaped him. Ra knew there could be nothing out there to hurt them. He hadn't created any other living thing. It was irrational for him to worry. Yet he remained frantic. He flew circles around his island, Benben, but this heavenly realm was much larger than that by this point. The glow of his sun stretched far and wide. There were other islands, mountains and valleys, deserts and caves, seas and lakes and rivers. They could be anywhere.
I'm going to search every inch of this realm. I return when we are gone. Then they'll be just as alone. They may even think I abandoned them. He must be so scared.
His heart ached thinking about their despair. His son and daughter were new to this world, and he had already failed them. Ra had to remedy this situation. He couldn't go out searching for the children, but he could create something that could. Ra tilted his head back and looked skyward. A trail of fire poured out of the sun like a waterfall. It flowed directly into Ra's eye, a pillar of fire connecting Ra to the disk he left behind. His emotions ran wild. All the sadness, anger, and heartbreak flooded into his creation. He put as much of his own power into this new entity as possible. It was a risky choice, but Ra wanted to leave nothing to chance. He reached his hand up and plucked his eyeball from his face. His world plunged into darkness. He had to trust that his eye was going to find them. He held the eye out, putting all his energy into it. He held nothing back. Ra pulled his hand away. The burning eye floated in the air, flames pulsing out from all sides. A sudden explosion sent a wave of fire over Ra's body. Then, nothing. Ra wondered if his experiment had even worked at all. After a moment of uncertain silence, a voice cut through the darkness.
I feel so strong.
That's because you are a god, Sekhmet.
Ra smiled. He hadn't simply created another child. This was a fully formed warrior princess capable of conquering all.
You are raw power and pure emotion. The fate of this realm rests on the task before you.
Name it, Father. I am here to serve.
Your brother and sister are missing.
Are they gods like me?
Nothing is like you. I'm worried your siblings will be lost forever if you don't find them. I can already feel Ma'at shifting without them.
Sekhmet knelt before her father, the sand melting into glass as her fiery knee rested against it.
Tell me what I can do.
You are my eye. Nothing will escape your vision. Fly across the world. I want you to search every inch of creation, every cave, and every mountaintop. Do not return here until you have found Shu and Tefnut.
I won't let you down, Father.
The ground shook all around Ra as Sekhmet leapt into the air. He could hear his daughter blazing a path through the air above him, slowly disappearing over the horizon. Ra sat down. He knew Sekhmet would be back soon. Then there would be balance once again. His family would be whole, and he would once again feel happiness. Ra waited, and waited, and waited. Still there was no sign of either Shu and Tefnut or Sekhmet. All his children were gone, and Ra was once again all alone on Benben. Now he wasn't just lonely, but blind as well. Time began to lose all meaning to Ra. The tranquil waters around the island swelled. A storm blew in from the ocean.
Is that you, Tefnut? Are you home?
But this wasn't one of her refreshing storms. This was something more primal. Ra could feel himself returning to the darkness of his origins. The pressure crushed him from all sides. Madness filled his mind. For the first time in eons, he could feel the darkness. The ocean roiled around Benben. The waves violently crashed against the shore, the cool water rushing over Ra. The abyss was reclaiming Ra, like his own anguish was fueling the dark.
Ra, where are your creations?
You? They are lost, and I sent my eyes searching for them. Where have you been?
I am always here. I just don't always answer.
Then why are you calling out to me now?
You have blinded yourself. Put yourself into darkness. Sekhmet had the vision. She has the light. Your children have all the power.
The darkness has returned.
It senses your weakness. If you don't stop this, your children will be no more.
Ra's mind cleared. Nu was right. Ra rose out of the flooding waters. He had to fight back.
Life brought balance and order once before. Life can do it once again.
Sekhmet's red tunic fluttered behind her as she flew through the sky. She crossed thousands of miles of desert. The scorched, barren land comforted her. There was something about the oppressive heat and the unforgiving environment that appealed to her. Despite her best efforts, Sekhmet was coming up empty-handed. She searched every corner, even scanning the darkest recesses of the ocean, but to no avail. There was no sign of her siblings anywhere. Sekhmet knew she couldn't fail. There was no point in going back if she was going to let Ra down. Sekhmet slowed down. It wasn't something she saw that caught her attention, but something she heard. Weeping. It was far in the distance, but unmistakable. Sekhmet spun around in the air, trying to track down the source. The cries echoed back and forth across a far-off mountain chain, the sound of a creature in pain. Flying as fast as she could, Sekhmet made for the rocky ridges. As she crossed the apex, two beings came into view, Shu and Tefnut. No longer children, they were fully grown. Between them was the source of the anguish. It was a tangled mass of flesh, seemingly nothing but writhing limbs and pained cries. Sekhmet shot down the mountain like a fireball, directly toward her siblings.
What is that abomination?
Shu and Tefnut stood tall between Sekhmet and the fleshy ball, their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders.
Tefnut, Shu, I have been looking everywhere for you. Stay where you are, demon. You think I'm a demon?
We do not know you. What else could you be?
I am your sister, the Eye of Ra. You have kept Father waiting for far too long.
But he has no reason to worry. Shu and I are gods.
Gods that have never known loneliness. I've been over every inch of this realm to find you. It is time you came home and explained yourselves to Father.
Father will understand. It took us eons before we realized we couldn't find our way back, and honestly, we didn't care. We were together, and that was all that mattered.
I see. And what is that thing?
Our twins, Geb and Newt. They've been intertwined since birth, and we've not been able to separate them. They refuse to let go of one another.
You can't leave them like that. They're in pain.
Aren't those cries of joy?
Fools, the both of you. I can see why Father needed to create a wiser child. Sister, pick up the twins. We are going back. Ra will know what to do.
Sekhmet shot into the air and hovered over her siblings. She had found them, just like her father had asked. Now she just had to get them home. Tefnut scooped up the crying babies from the ground. She and Shu lifted into the breeze. Sekhmet launched herself over the ridges, making sure her siblings were keeping up. She couldn't lose them now. Sekhmet took the direct route back. Even if her brother and sister didn't care about the life of their child, she wasn't going to watch Ra's only grandchildren die. Her siblings didn't seem to understand their roles in this world. It wasn't that they didn't love their father, but they were more devoted to each other. It was a waste of time, she thought. Her father was her only loyalty. She had been a part of him. They were created from spit and breath. She had been his eye. Without her, Ra was blind and alone. Her father might have missed his other children, but he needed her. Sekhmet could see Ben in the distance. She was nervous, filled with anticipation. For the first time ever, they would be a complete family. But the island was different now. A giant spear-shaped pillar rose from the center of the island, surrounded by a grand palace. Ra floated above it.
How could Father have created such a structure without his sight?
Sekhmet flew faster. From above the obelisk, her father waved. He could see her, and he wasn't alone. Sekhmet landed on the island, shocked by both its dramatic transformation and the cat-faced princess smirking back at her. She had a new sister. Shu and Tefnut rushed into their father's arms, but Sekhmet stood back. Her smile was a distant memory now. She hadn't been missed at all. Her father didn't need her. He had made himself a new eye, and so much more. The love and loyalty in Sekhmet's heart had been washed away, replaced by jealousy and rage. She had been replaced. Coming up, Sekhmet plots her revenge. Now back to the story. Warmth radiated from Ra's chest, not like the light from before. This was pure emotion. He was overcome with joy at the scene before him. His first children returned to him.
Look at this! Our entire family together at last! What a blessed sight.
You have a new eye.
So I do, Sekhmet. I sat here on this island blind for an eternity. It didn't seem fitting for a god, so I fashioned myself another.
And who is she?
Your sister? That's Bastet. She was the first eye I made after you left. You two are both eyes of Ra.
Delightful. So I've been replaced.
I am the creator, Sekhmet. For there to be order, I must be able to see. You are bothered by my new creation?
I would never challenge you, Father. I don't see the need for this cheap facsimile.
Sekhmet circled Bastet. Both warriors glared at each other. Until now, the only emotion Ra had ever received from another being was pure joy. With everyone alive and well, there was no reason that Sekhmet should be troubled, yet she seemed to hold her own sister in contempt. But for the moment, Ra had other concerns. He soared past Sekhmet and flew to Tefnut, studying the twisted knot of malnourished twins in her arms.
Tefnut, daughter, what is this thing you carry?
This, Father, is your grandchildren, Geb and Newt.
Tefnut, have these two ever been apart? They're going to choke each other to death.
I know, but they seemed happy, embraced the way they are. It reminded me of Shu and I just didn't have the heart to separate them.
My sweet child, I don't know how they've made it this long. Give them to me.
Ra took Geb and Newt in his arms. He had to do something for these young gods. With one hand wrapped around each child, Ra began to pull. But they refused to let go. They clung to each other like their very existence depended on it. Straining, Ra tripled his size, transforming himself into a giant. Summoning all his strength, he pulled at the knotted twins, but their spindly arms refused to give way. Still, he would not stand by and watch his grandchildren strangle themselves. With one final effort, Ra finally pulled the children as far apart as he could. He shoved Geb down into the ground and lifted Newt high into the air. And then the world around them roared to life.
Father, what is happening?
I have given your children purpose. Geb is the earth, and Newt is the sky. This will be a new world, and they are two parts of the same whole. A balance, just as Ma'at requires.
Is this world for us?
No, Benben is our home. I want us all to be here together.
Ra reached out his arms to embrace all of his children. Shu and Tefnut leaned into their father's arms, but Sekhmet refrained, watching them from afar. Ra was too joyful to worry about Sekhmet. His family was whole, and he had just saved his grandchildren and created a new world entirely. Ra began to sob, his tears falling onto the new world below. Wherever Ra's tears hit the earth, figures rose from the desert dust. They had 2 long arms and legs, like Ra and the other gods, but their faces were tamer, more docile. From nothing more than his tears, Ra had created humanity. Ra looked down on his newest creation. They turned toward the heavens and praised the burning disk in the sky.
They are worshipping us. I will watch over them during the day, and my eye will watch over them at night.
Sekhmet perked up. A smile crept across her face, and she finally stepped toward her father.
Bastet, you will be the moon above the earth.
What? You're giving this to her?
Sekhmet, calm down. I have enough love for all my children.
You give me this great power. You set me loose across all of creation in search of your beloved children. What do I get in return? Replaced by another eye? Why does she get to be the moon?
There's no need to get angry.
Those mortals will probably be treated better than this.
This is bigger than just you. This is about Ma'at.
But Sekhmet wasn't waiting around to hear what her father had to say. She burst into the sky, a blazing fireball, and headed toward the mountains. Ra watched as his daughter disappeared over the horizon. He shook his head and turned back to Bastet.
Pay no attention to your sister.
She is jealous of me.
What do you mean, jealous?
She wishes to have what I have. She was your first eye.
She is so strong, the mightiest of all of you. Why would she ever feel inadequate? Stay near me until we see your sister again.
Of course, I will forever be by your side.
Ra looked over his palace. While the rest of the family happily got to know one another, Ra drifted away. They didn't know Sekhmet like he did. He needed her as an ally, because if she ever realized her full power, Ben would be no more. Far from her father's island, Sekhmet stewed on the jagged mountain peaks. Her red eyes burrowed down on the earth below.
I hate those filthy humans. They don't know how lucky they are just to exist. Just like Bastet. Favored for no reason. Look at them. Half of them don't even worship Ra, their own creator.
A crooked smile spread across Sekhmet's face. She knew she would never be able to harm Bastet herself. She was her sister and the beloved eye of Ra, after all. These humans, however, were a different story. Perhaps she could have her revenge on them. Sekhmet leapt from the mountaintop and flew as fast as she could back to Ben. She had a plan. As the island came into view, Sekhmet noticed Ben looked completely different. The palace was bigger, and her siblings were considerably older. Their children were all grown. In her anger, Sekhmet realized she had no idea how long she'd been gone. Her family gathered around a large outdoor pavilion. Laughter filled the air. The gods were thriving. Sekhmet's rage burned brighter inside her chest.
They haven't missed me one bit.
Sekhmet landed in the middle of her family's dinner. The laughter and chatter immediately stopped. All eyes on the prodigal daughter. Ra stood and held out his arms.
Sekhmet, I have missed you dearly.
I take it you didn't send another eye out to look for me.
It seemed foolish to try. I knew if you wanted to be home, you would show up in your own time. But you're here now. Come, meet my great-grandchildren. This is Isis, Osiris, Nephthys, and Set.
I don't have time for introductions. Father, I'm afraid I've returned with bad news.
Sekhmet, please. Ma'at is in balance. My family sits together. There is no one to bring us harm.
It's not us. It's your humans.
They are in no danger. Osiris has been keeping watch over them.
Pardon me, but I don't think Osiris is doing his job. They've strayed, turned their back on their creator, their god. They are rebelling against order, against Ma'at, and against you.
It is but a few.
But a few? Almighty Ra, they are cursing you. They have desecrated their land and created their own gods. They will destroy their world. Then what will be of your precious Ma'at? With all due respect to Osiris, send me. I will enact your vengeance. Allow me to cleanse the earth of this infection and restore the balance.
Sekhmet could see the anger simmering inside Ra. Her plan was working. She knelt onto the ground and lowered her head. All the children looked toward Ra.
Do it, but only kill a third of them. The dead cannot learn from their mistakes.
As you wish.
Sekhmet disappeared, transporting herself down to the human realm of Earth. Ra's body trembled with anger at the humans' transgressions. His daughter was right. They had strayed too far. Ra left the dinner and flew to the top of the obelisk. From there, he watched his daughter transport to Earth. She had turned into a massive, blazing lion with terrifying fangs made of fire and a stomach that could hold all of humanity. Her red death descended on the mountains of Earth. The fire quickly spread, eating up the vegetation and animals. Women and children cried out in pain. The monstrosity consumed the mountain range and quickly spread to the desert. The smell of burning flesh was so pungent it reached Benben. Sekhmet quickly devoured a third of humanity as Ra had commanded. But she didn't stop. She kept feeding, eating every human that was in her path. Sekhmet was out of control.
This is disorder. Ma'at is coming undone. She's going to kill them all.
Father, Sekhmet.
I don't have time for family squabbles.
But Father.
Not now. Your sister is destroying the earthly realm. The darkness is growing stronger as we speak. If we do not stop her, there will be no balance, and there will be no Benben.
What can I do?
Ra held out his hand and closed his eye. The sand rose from the ground, forming giant ornate vases. Ra snapped his finger, and the vases all filled with a dark red liquid. Bastet looked down to the vases in horror.
Is that blood?
Hopefully your sister will think so. She wants blood, so that's what we'll give her. Take these vases down to the human realm and tell your sister it is an offering.
What if she's not satisfied?
She will be. The liquid you see is beer. Once she drains these containers, she'll be too drunk to continue her slaughter. Now go. Hurry.
Bastet rushed the vases down to earth. Ra watched helplessly as his two eyes met face to face. Bastet landed in the middle of the desert. This wasn't how she was expecting her first visit to the earthly realm to go. A mountain of fire approached. Two eyes opened in the flames. Sekhmet walked out of the flame, a smile across her face. Bastet swallowed her pride and bent her knee.
Dear sister.
Father's favorite, down on her knees. Does Ra think you can stop me?
I've not come to stop you. I've come to bring you an offering.
I don't want an offering.
Then consider it a gift. Since it's blood you desire, Father has brought you blood. Take a break. Enjoy the pleasures without any of the toil. I know I would.
Slaughter is quite taxing.
Bastet lifted her eyes toward her sister. Sekhmet leaned over a vase, inspecting the dark red liquid. She dipped her finger in and gave it a taste. Then she smiled and picked the vase up off the ground. Bastet watched as Sekhmet drank vase after vase, one gulp each. A moment later, Sekhmet sat the last vase down. Her eyes glazed over, unable to focus. Her legs and arms wobbled, and she dropped onto the sand. The fire around her died down. Bastet could hear the humans cheering in joy and relief. She lifted her head toward the heavens and smiled. Ra's plan had worked. Ra did not rejoice. He was shaken by the destruction Sekhmet left behind. So many dead. He had never wanted this for his creations, even if they were disorderly and evil. Genocide wasn't balance. Ma'at wouldn't be restored until he sought justice for these souls. But the souls weren't on the earthly realm. The souls of his subjects were gone. Ra turned toward the abyss. It was the only place left that they could be.
No! Where are my human souls?
Where they are isn't your creation.
I am wrong. There is nothing that I did not create.
Ma'at requires balance. If there is Benben and there is God, there must be an opposite, an anti-God. Your souls are with your opposite.
A sudden chill crept over Ra. In his eons of existence, he had never considered that he might have an opposite, something that dwelled in a place that he didn't create. The universe was bigger than he had ever known. Shaken to his core, Ra fell from atop the obelisk and crashed into the sand.
Father!
A blood-curdling scream ran out across Benben. Ra lifted his head from the ground. Tefnut ran toward him, panicked. Ra rose to his feet. He tried to put on a brave face, but it was too much. His world was unraveling.
What's wrong?
It's Set. He murdered Osiris. Osiris's body is gone. And Set refuses to say what he did with his brother.
Ra looked around. There was murder in the heavens, genocide on earth, and half his human souls were missing. Ma'at was coming undone. Disorder and chaos ran wild. Ra had lost control. Thanks again for tuning in to Mythology. We'll be back Tuesday with the conclusion to the story of Ra as Ra travels into the underworld. You can find more episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify. If you enjoy Mythology, you'll love my other podcast, Tales. Tales presents fairy tales the way they were originally told, orally and unadulterated. Traditional fairy tales aren't exactly suitable for children, and every Wednesday we dive into another dark, classic tale. We'll be back on Tuesday with the conclusion of this epic story. Mythology is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Nick Johnson, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Isabella Way. This episode of Mythology was written by Jesse Harris, with writing assistance by Andrew Kelleher, fact-checking by Haley Milliken, and research by Adriana Gomez and Mickey Taylor. The amazing cast of voice actors includes Ellie Schiff, Laura Faye Smith, KG Tang, and Jen Wong. I'm Vanessa Richardson. Fact, fiction, fame. Discover the real story behind one of history's most formidable families in the Spotify original from Parcast, The Kennedys. Remember, you can binge all 12 episodes starting on Tuesday, January 19th. Listen free and exclusively on Spotify. Something to note, all myths have many versions and variations. For this episode, we've selected those we felt are the most dramatic and entertaining, and supplemented them with additional research into ancient Egypt. Our myths may not be the version you're familiar with, but we hope you'll enjoy them. A warning, today's myth contains dramatizations and discussions of violence and murder. Please exercise caution for all listeners under 13. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the heavens. Ra couldn't believe his eye. The dinner table, where all the gods had been sitting and eating peacefully moments ago, looked like a war zone. Plates lay smashed on the ground. Chairs had been turned over. Food was scattered across the floor. The one who had made the cry was his great-granddaughter, Isis. She stood at the end of the table, wildly swinging a knife at her sister, Nephthys. Ra could not abide this. With a snap of his fingers, he destroyed the dinner table. The sisters froze, turning their attention from each other back toward their great-grandfather.
Put down the knife. Where are my boys? Where are Set and Osiris? I'm right here.
Ra saw the terror in Isis's eyes before he turned to greet the new arrival. Set, the dog-faced god of chaos, snarled. Blood dripped off his matted fur and onto his naked torso. Then he spoke and confirmed Ra's fears.
As for Osiris, he's dead. And not even you can bring him back.
Welcome to Mythology, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we present dramatic stories from ancient mythology and explore their origins. I'm your host and narrator, Vanessa Richardson. You can find all episodes of Mythology and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Today, we're concluding the story of Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun and the creator of all life. Ra's existence is tied to the concept of ma'at, of balance and order to all things, something that became increasingly difficult the more life Ra brought into existence. Coming up, Ra investigates the death of his great-grandson.
How does it feel to be powerless, Ra?
Ra stared at the bloody form of Set before him. Everything had unraveled all at once. Ra was supposed to be the one that ended the chaos and unbalance of the universe, but the more he tried to control things, the more they came undone. His progeny had thrown the heavens into a constant state of disorder. Sekhmet had tried to wipe out the humans, and Set had turned on his own brother. From the moment Ra spoke himself into existence, Ma'at was his entire reason for being. Order and balance held in place by his presence. He was the light to oppose the darkness, not just metaphorically, but literally as well. Ra was the very sun itself. But now the souls of his most prized creation, humans, were missing. And with Osiris dead, Ra had no idea how he was going to restore that balance. Ra's grasp on Ma'at seemed to be slipping. But he wasn't going to stand idly by. He lunged towards Set, and before the god could react, snatched him up off the ground by the neck.
Tell me exactly what happened. Osiris and I had a disagreement. Sekhmet was rampaging across Earth, burning up those sorry humans that turned away from you to worship other gods. Osiris disapproved. I reminded him that Sekhmet was acting on your orders. I instructed her to kill a third of humanity. She overstepped by taking as many as she did. Sekhmet was the only one willing to do what was necessary. You wasted the best part of creation on those filthy mortals. The people of the Nile are not your concern. Earth is Osiris's domain. Was Osiris's domain. Didn't you hear me, great-grandfather? I killed him.
Ra tightened his grip on Set's throat. He couldn't believe his realm had devolved so quickly. The clouds above grew darker. The chaos that Set thrived on was spreading. Nothing made sense anymore. Set and Osiris had always squabbled, but Ra had always thought it was just the way the brothers were. He hadn't even been sure that his family could die. Yet as he squeezed tighter, he could sense the life leaving Set's body. It would only take a few more seconds. Ra couldn't do it. He loosened his grip, and Set dropped to the ground like a dead bird.
Where is your brother's body? Gone. Somewhere you will never, ever find him. Don't forget, Set. I created this world. Not this place. Did you not wonder what happened to the souls of your beloved mortals? You don't know, do you? Well, I know. I've seen it. You know where the souls are? Tell me. Oh, Ra, when will you learn? The tighter you close your grip, the more your creations slip out of your hands and into oblivion. The more you try to maintain balance, the more you send it teetering. Tell me! Did you never consider that you might be the problem? In all these eons of preaching about Ma'at, you never once took the time to think about what countered the almighty Ra. Well, I've seen it. I know what horrors lie outside of this realm. I don't have time for this. Then kill, and send me to join my brother. That's right. Osiris is in the place where all souls go after death. The underworld. Take me there. Regretfully, I cannot, but your granddaughter can. My dear mother, Newt, will happily show you the way. Enter through the west, and exit through the east. The opposite path of your son, 12 hours of day and 12 hours of darkness.
Very well. But do not think this will be your only punishment. You have lost the right to call yourself a god. Your penance starts now.
Ra snapped his fingers, and Set transformed into a common, mangy dog. Ra pulled back a foot to kick Set, but the dog scurried away from the table towards the furthest corner of the heavens. Set, his powers drained, was banished from Ben-Ben. But banishing Set was only the beginning. Ra still had to find Osiris and his lost souls, and while he now knew how to get there, he had no idea what waited for him. He couldn't risk making the journey alone. Stepping into the unknown of the underworld, Ra would need something more than gods. He would need warriors. Ra summoned Bastet and Sekhmet back from Earth. Sekhmet was still a bit drunk from the beer Bastet had brought her to stop her furious rampage, but the change in scenery startled her to attention.
Where am I? Ra! Oh, I suppose you brought me back to punish me for my bloodlust.
No, Sekhmet. You're here because I need both my eyes for the coming task. I want you and Bastet by my side.
You trust me to help you? After what I did?
I was wrong to ignore your feelings before. If I'd listened, we might have avoided this mess.
What is it you need me to do?
I need you to help me repair the damage you were part of causing. The souls of the humans you slew are gone, as is your nephew Osiris. We are going to recover them. Will you join me on this trip to the underworld?
Sekhmet stood up, humbled at her father's forgiveness. She looked to Bastet and back to Ra.
I will do whatever it takes to earn my place next to you. I will make up for what I've done.
I know, my dear. Get your rest. We leave first thing tomorrow.
The next morning, Ra loaded up his boat, the Monjet, for a trip across the earthly sky. He was joining the sun for its journey across the earth. He knew Set's directions would lead him to Osiris and the lost human souls. All he had to do was retrieve them. From the farthest point in the east, all the way to the ends of the earth, Ra, Bastet, and Sekhmet rode through the day. Soon they reached the mouth of Newt, the goddess of the sky. She opened her mouth and swallowed the Monjet whole. Ra's knees began to tremble as the world went dark. It was an oppressive blackness he hadn't seen since the beginning. They had left behind everything he had created and stepped into an unknown universe. The underworld awaited. Coming up, Ra discovers the fate of Osiris. Listeners, this month marks 60 years since John F. Kennedy became the 35th President of the United States, ushering his already prominent family into the highest enclaves of political power. But behind their storied successes lie secrets and scandals so severe, if it were any other lineage, they would have been left in ruin. This January, to commemorate this iconic milestone, dig into the dramas of a real-life American dynasty in the Spotify original from Parcast, The Kennedys. This exclusive series from Spotify features your favorite Parcast hosts, including me, covering every angle of the Kennedys from shows like Conspiracy Theories, Unsolved Murders, Crime Countdown, and others. Assassinations and conspiracies, corruption and cover-ups, international affairs, and extramarital ones too. Examine all of the Kennedy family's most controversial moments, all in one place. You can binge all 12 episodes of this limited series starting on Tuesday, January 19th. Follow the Kennedys free and exclusively on Spotify. Now back to the story. Entering the underworld was terrifying, even for the creator. For the first time in his existence, Ra had no control over his surroundings. The air around him was heavy and close. His muscles felt weak, like he suddenly aged thousands of years at once. But he had to stay vigilant in his new surroundings.
Sekhmet, Bastet, stay away from the railings. I don't know what's in that water.
Is this the Nile? When did we land the Manjet?
We didn't. This isn't even the same boat. This is the Mesektet, or so says the flag.
Everything looks wrong.
Stay ready. I do not know what dangers await us in this place.
The underworld looked vaguely like Egypt, but everything was just slightly off. The colors seemed to be flipped. The sand was blue, the sky was black, and the river was bright orange. After floating for an hour, they came to a massive golden gate. It swung open as the Mesektet approached.
11 hours left. Eyes of Ra. Look for any sign of Osiris or the souls.
A shrill screech cut through the air. In the distance, winged demons circled over a field of wheat. The beasts looked like vultures with crocodile snouts instead of beaks and black, leathery wings. They didn't seem to notice or care about Ra and his boat. Bastet inched closer to the bow. She stared out toward the field.
Ra!
Ra rushed to stand beside his panicked daughter. Glowing blue figures sprinted from the wheat field, covered in thin white tunics. Their arms and legs were charred. They looked terrified. Ra couldn't believe it. These were the lost souls of the humans that Sekhmet had destroyed. They raced through the fields, ducking as the demons dove on them from above. Enormous undead hyenas chased behind them, nipping at their heels and cackling evilly.
Sekhmet, move us closer to the bank. I'm not going to let those souls die again.
Ra lifted off the deck of the Mesektet and floated above it, glowing bright red. The souls looked up. Tears of joy ran down their faces as they spotted Ra. They shouted praises as they sprinted for their god. Bastet drew her sword and leapt atop the bow as Sekhmet steered the boat to the shore. But the souls weren't the only thing that heard Ra's call. The demons' red eyes locked onto the Mesektet. One by one, they dove straight for the boat. Bastet slashed at the demons from the bow, drawing blood with every swing. She was fearless, never once flinching as the monstrous creatures swarmed around her. Ra took a small amount of pleasure in Bastet's ferocity. After a lifetime of peace, his warrior daughter was finally able to showcase her abilities. But Ra couldn't be distracted. He floated down to the bank, hovering over the human souls.
Souls of men, take refuge on the barge. We will ferry you to safer shores.
Ra tried to conjure a ramp for the souls to walk up, but nothing happened. With a shock, he realized he wasn't just weaker in the underworld, he had no power at all. His hands trembled. He was not the almighty Ra, god of creation, here. He couldn't create a simple ramp, and he was running out of time. The souls were almost to the boat, and the hyenas were closing in.
Father, I'm coming!
Stay on the ship, Sekhmet. Help the souls get on board.
Sekhmet rushed to the edge of the boat. She reached over the side and helped the souls up. Ra moved between the souls and the hyenas. He didn't have his powers, but he still had the spirit of the Almighty. Ra clenched his fists and charged the monsters. In an instant, Ra was surrounded by a whirlwind of biting teeth and tearing claws. Feathers and flesh were shorn away by their onslaught. Ra had never experienced physical pain before. The closest feeling was the weight of the abyss, but these hyenas were something different. The small amount of energy he had left quickly depleted with each attack. Ra fought on, but the hyenas had him outnumbered. The pack overwhelmed him and pinned him to the dark sand. The largest hyena leapt onto Ra's chest and dug its teeth into his neck. The pain wasn't nearly as humiliating as the shame of failing his creation. Death was coming, and the human souls would be next. Suddenly, the hyena's jaws went slack, and the creature fell away. Ra looked up. The demons were all dead. In their place stood Sekhmet, holding a bloody sword.
Thank you, Sekhmet. You saved me. And the humans.
I was the one who sent them here. I cannot have them die twice.
I have never needed assistance before.
You've never been to the underworld before. You've never been this old before. There are a lot of firsts.
Like you and Bastet working together.
Don't get used to that one.
Be serious, Sekhmet. Look around you. I have no power here. Ma'at is coming undone. We will not survive this journey unless you two stand side by side.
Shh, stop that talk. At least in front of your creations. You might be helpless, but to them, you are the almighty Ra. And they'll need hope if they are going to survive this journey.
You're right. Help me on board.
Ra walked the deck of the Mesektet with his head held high. Despite taking the beating of his life, he knew Sekhmet was right. The human souls still needed a god, and he could not afford to look like anything less. He stalked toward the stern to a waiting Bastet, surrounded by the murmurs of admiration.
Father, I've been speaking with the souls. They want us to drop them off after the next gate.
I'm not leaving them to fend for themselves. They're coming with us, back to Earth, after we find Osiris.
They won't survive the journey, but they believe that something else waits for them beyond the next gate. Their eternal judgment.
I am their judge. Were they not born from my very tears?
Precisely. You are their creator. Do you think you can be impartial when it comes to their fate?
No. Ma'at would not allow me to judge my own creations. But then, who?
They say they are to be judged by the one who rules this place, the God of the dead. We've never met a God you didn't create before. If we're going to see him, as I said, you should rest.
Bastet didn't have to say any more. Ra knew what she meant. Simply being in this world aged him rapidly, and after the fight with the hyenas, Ra could barely stand. Ra stared out over the shores of the river. He couldn't quite make sense of the underworld. On one side were acres of lush green fields. On the other, a boiling lake of fire. He couldn't imagine what kind of god would rule over such a chaotic land, but he knew they would find out soon enough. Ra sank to the deck and closed his eye. He needed to rest. Ra jolted awake as they passed through the gates. The banks around the river were in ruins, desolate and destroyed. The shores lined with spikes and spears. Sekhmet carefully navigated the Mesektet toward the only dock. Ra leaned against the railing, his legs even more unstable than before. He watched Bastet guide the souls off the boat. They marched up a hill to a palace fit for a god.
That is where we will find their judge.
Help me up. I will speak for these human souls and ask this god of death where we can find Osiris.
Your body is frail. You're too weak to face another god.
I have no choice.
Bastet and Sekhmet guided their father down the road toward the palace. As chaotic as the rest of the underworld was, everything around the palace was oddly quiet.
At least there aren't any demons overhead.
Animals that are well fed don't need to hunt. And I would venture a guess that the demons around the palace have more than they could eat.
Ra and his daughters finally made it to the gates. Ra held himself straight and tall as the throne came into view. A massive figure sat on the throne, wrapped from head to toe in bandages. He wore an elaborate crown on his head.
Strange God, I have come to vouch for these souls and ask your guidance. I seek the body of my great-grandson, Osiris.
For a moment, the god did not move. Then he slowly reached up and began to unwrap the bandages from around his face. As the wrappings fell away, Ra's jaw dropped.
Osiris!
The god of the underworld was none other than Osiris, Ra's great-grandson, murdered at the hands of Set. Though Osiris's lips had been sewn shut, Ra heard the younger god's voice echo through his mind.
Great-grandfather, Ra, god of all creation, welcome to my new home. I cannot tell you how it is that I came to this place. All I know is that whatever Set did wound up serving a purpose. Ma'at has called me here.
You are the opposite that you foretold. I can't believe it. What a blessing.
Oh, I might be the god of the underworld, but I'm not the ruler of the place. The opposite of a god isn't another god. It's an anti-god, Apophis. Ra, listen to me. Get back on the Mesektet and get out of here. Apophis will not rest until it sees you dead.
Then we will defeat it together. There could be no balance as long as evil exists.
That is not your role. Ra creates, Apophis destroys. My role is here, watching over the souls of the dead and overseeing their final judgment. Yours is in the land of the living, lighting the sky and watching over them from above.
I can't go back to your wife and tell her you're gone forever.
You must. You have 6 more hours to the gate of dawn. If you fail, Ma'at will be broken.
I see. Then I will take my leave of you, Osiris, god of the dead.
Bastet and Sekhmet had heard enough. They said their own hurried goodbyes to Osiris, then rushed their father out of the palace. By the time they reached the docks, Ra was too weak to stand. He could only watch as Osiris's palace disappeared from view, the Mesektet floating away down the ghostly river. Ra's entire body ached, his vision blurred, his hands were suddenly wrinkled and withered. The god of all creation was wasting away, and it seemed like something was following them.
What was that? Father, did you see it?
Ra couldn't speak. He sank to the deck. Whatever was coming for them, they would have to fight without him. An unholy shriek emanated from the river. It was unlike anything Ra had ever heard. The sound itself felt like it was going to shatter Ra's bones. He looked up as a massive black snake rose from the water. It had no eyes, no nose, just a gaping maw of a mouth and rows upon rows of jagged teeth.
Apophis.
It was twice the size of the Mesektet, with a dozen screaming, tormented human faces sticking out of his underbelly like infected boils. They all made the same godless noise. This was his opposite, the taker of life he had created. Ra couldn't fight. He looked to his daughters, but they were frozen, seemingly hypnotized by this shrieking monster. Then Apophis opened its mouth and dove toward the boat. Ra closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end. Coming up, Ra discovers what's on the other side of death. Now back to the story. Ra tumbled through darkness. Everything was chaos, just as it had been at the beginning, just as it would be forever now. He had failed, destroyed by the demon Apophis, his equal and opposite. And then he heard a voice.
Wake up.
His own voice, the voice of the sun, his son, the piece of him he had left in the sky of the earth, which was impossible. He was in the underworld. Or was he? He could feel warmth on his skin, and his limbs felt strong. Ra opened his eyes.
The sun, the sky. This has been. I am home. And alive? We are reborn. Our journey starts again.
Ra's last fleeting memories rushed through his mind. The horror of the hellish snake, the release of death. He didn't know how he survived the attack, but he felt stronger than ever. Ra leapt to his feet, and Sekhmet ran to his side.
Father, you were dead. How is this possible?
I don't know. I've never felt better in all my existence. I feel strong, renewed.
Your skin is as smooth as a child's.
This is what Osiris was trying to tell me. For eons, I tried to control Ma'at, to force order and balance, but I am just a piece of the whole. This journey was a part of it. We're doing it again.
What? Absolutely not.
I know it's hard to understand, daughter. I created the mortals without truly comprehending what I was doing. But their lives were always a reflection of my own path. They die and leave this world and go on to the next. And I must do the same. Every night.
No, Father, you don't understand. That thing got stronger after you died. It grew bigger. More mouths, more of that awful noise. Apophis doesn't care about Ma'at. It just wants to destroy you.
Then we will fight it again.
Neither Sekhmet nor Bastet could dissuade their determined father. Together they started their journey again, 12 hours through the day, and another 12 hours through the night. The fields, the demons, Osiris, Apophis, it was all the same. Over and over, night after night, Ra demanded that they go back through the underworld, reinvigorated by the rebirth. By letting go of his iron grip on creation and order, Ra felt free. But the journey took its toll on Bastet and Sekhmet. They were alone in their fight against Apophis. Unable to ward off the snake's hypnosis, they did what they could to protect Ra. Hiding him in a sarcophagus protected his physical form, but he was still far too weak to put up a fight. And on the rare nights Apophis managed to kill Ra himself, they noticed the creature got stronger. The underworld grew darker, the demons bigger and more widespread. Something about this was still off. There was a piece missing, and if they didn't figure out what it was, Ma'at was going to come undone.
We are reborn. Our journey starts again.
Once again, Ra pushed open the lid of his sarcophagus and felt the warmth of the blinding glory that emanated from his body. As much as he hated dying, the feeling of rebirth was a glorious one. But this morning was different. He seemed to be alone on the Monjet.
Bastet! Sekhmet! My mighty warriors, where are you?
Ra looked down. Streams of fresh blood flowed down the deck from the bow. Ra ran to the source. Bastet and Sekhmet were battered and bloody. They were alive, but Ra had never seen them so defeated.
My girls, what happened?
Apophis, he's too strong now. He's killed you too many times. We can't go again.
But we must. Ma'at requires it.
No, If we let you die at his hands again, Ma'at will be over. Apophis will win forever.
Then we'll have to find a way to keep me alive.
What do you think we've been doing? We watch you die every single night, frozen, hypnotized until after it's attacked. You don't see what we see, the dark magic, the utter chaos within that creature. We weren't made to fight something like that.
Ra stared out over the edge of the barge, looking down at the earth below. His daughters were right. They were alone in this fight without him. He only had 12 hours to come up with a solution. But by the noonday sun, he was still no closer to an answer. He prayed for Nu to help, but Nu remained silent. Ra was on his own. Time was running out. His daughters were right. They weren't made to fight something as chaotic as Apophis, but he knew someone that was. The rain beat down all around Set, still stuck in this dog form. Soaking wet, he crammed his snout into a hollowed-out log. Since Ra turned him into a dog, his